All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What's happening with everybody, man? What's happening? Thank God it is. I know this ain't the saying, but man, thank God it's Wednesday. Man, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ooh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I swear, man. Ooh, there was that's some good news, and I believe it. Just so you know, I believe it. I think that it is right. It sounds right to me. It sounds right to me. When I read what Mike Coppinger wrote, it was, what's the word I'm looking for? It was firm. It was not, it didn't have words like maybe, possibly. It was an affirmative. It was a very direct statement as to what has happened. A lot of people say that Mike Coppinger lies. Mike Coppinger does not actually lie. Mike Coppinger will, though, phrase things in a way where he should know that it will cause people to think things that are not true. That is different than lying. In this particular announcement, Mike Coppinger was very, very firm. They have agreed the fight will be. Both fighters' camps have announced. Announced to who? I don't know, because I didn't see an announcement from either one of them. Even the shark picture is not an announcement. The formal announcement is the formal announcement. However, you do know who released this information. And the person that released this information was Terence Crawford's team, without a doubt. It was not Errol Spence Jr.'s team. It was Terence Crawford's team. Because Terence has not, Errol, to my knowledge, has not released it or said anything about it either way, as of right now. But we're going to talk about that today. We're also going to talk about some other boxing news. But before I get into it, I have to say, I am really happy about this because I'm sick to double hockey sticks of talking about Devin Haney and Vasily Lomachenko, which has to be the most ridiculously stupid conversations that I am listening to from two factions who are saying some of the most ludicrous things that I have heard in a while. It is my way or the highway over here, my way over or the highway over here. I hear people making claims that Devin Haney is outsold Gervonta Davis versus Hector Garcia. I hear people saying Devin Haney is the face of boxing. I hear people saying taking Devin Haney off of pound for pound lists because Devin Haney lost to Vasily Lomachenko. I hear people saying all kind of things. I hear people saying because Devin Haney says that he did not resign with Bob Arum, that means that he did not sign with Bob Arum. It does not. It does not. So, like I've been saying for several days now, I need to get the Terence Crawford fans back in the house. All right. I missed you. I missed your energy. I'm glad that Bud Crawford gave you something that can allow you to pick up them pom-poms and start waving them around in the air. I want to hear how he's going to knock out Errol Spence Jr. I want to hear all of these arguments you guys have. Not because I necessarily agree with them, but because Terence Crawford is somebody in the sport of boxing that actually deserves the accolades that he gets if he gets in the ring with Errol Spence Jr. and wins. He is not a fly-by-night hype job. No, he is not. He is a legitimate top fighter that has been a top fighter for going on a decade. He has put in the work, and we may not have liked the fights we didn't get, and we got this issue with that or that issue with him. But at the end of the day, he is a top flight fighter. And if it winds up that he takes this fight, he has earned my respect for taking this fight. Me, personally, I am going to say, hey, man, bygones be bygones with this mug. Because this is way better than this fantasy world that y'all are trying to sell with Lomachenko and Devin Haney. Because that shit is 100%, that is 100% fantasy. Lomachenko's beginning of his career ain't nothing different than Devin Haney's beginning of his career. A bunch of people crying how great he is before he ever beat anybody of significance. And the two of them went head to head, and neither one of them, regardless of the age, what you think about the age, what you think about the outcome, neither one of them separated themselves from the pack in that particular fight. Neither one of them separated themselves from each other in that particular fight. So now we've got the real biggest fight in boxing. We've got the real one. Now, Gervonta Davis, Ryan Garcia, definitely big fight. Definitely the biggest fights have taken place in several years, not because I think so, but because that's what the numbers say. Facts. Those are facts. However, it is not Errol Spence versus Terence Crawford, because Ryan Garcia is not Errol Spence and Ryan Garcia is not Terence Crawford. Gervonta Davis is Errol Spence and Gervonta Davis is Terence Crawford. Gervonta is that level of fighter. That is that level of fighter. That is a guy that has proven his worth. That is a guy that has established himself. That is a guy that has separated himself from the pack of everybody around him without those belts. And that says something special about somebody that can separate themselves without the trinkets. That's like a guy that can walk in, meet a lady, talk to her, develop a relationship with him, and he doesn't have to show off his car. Doesn't got to show off his watches. They ain't got to watch it, ain't got to wear watches and ring. Can just get it just because she likes what she sees. He doesn't have to be validated by everybody else and everybody in her ear, all her girls in her ear. Oh, he's the man. He's the man. Nah. Stop trying to steal what is Gervonta Davis's, because that's Gervonta Davis's. However, what the biggest fight in boxing is Terence Crawford and Errol Spence Jr.'s, because Errol put in the work in the welterweight division. And Terence Crawford, whether or not you like his the opponents that he had at 135 or the opponents that he had at 140, he put the work in at 135. He put the work in at 140. He came to 147. The guys that he's fought, he put the work in here. This is a fight that has been developed over a decade. It's a fight that has been in the making, and they've been growing their reputations and getting their respect over what they've done over a decade. They're not relying on things like I'm an underwear model and everybody thinks I'm cute, or I'm only 24 and look how great I am at only 23. Nah, man, I don't care if you're 33. I don't care if you're 23. Who's the best fighter? Who's the best fighter? And Errol Spence has separated himself from guys that definitely have the ability to make the Hall of Fame. And now, before I get on all the rest of this stuff when we talk about it, Terence Crawford has separated himself from the pack at 135. He separated himself from the pack at 140, and now he's at 147, and he's stepping to the plate against the guy that is the man at 147. And it may have taken him some time. Don't like how it took place and all of that stuff. But at the end of the day, if he walks in that ring, he walks in that ring, and you gotta respect that. I have to respect that because it's real. It's not this hype job shit. And you guys can say what you want. It's what's going on this past week has been a bunch of hype job shit. Hype job. And what do I mean hype job? Only thing you're looking at that you're excited about is the hype. It's what people are saying and what people's opinions are. It's not what you actually see right there in the ring. what you see in the ring. So let me say what's up to everybody, because I wanted to set the tone with this, because I am most definitely sick and tired of all this other nonsense we've been talking about all this week, because it's not fair. It's not fair to people that want to watch boxing to be inundated with a bunch of make-believe. with a bunch of make-believe. If Terence Crawford and Errol Spence Jr. fight gets made, it's a real fight. It's a real fight against future Hall of Famers, and it's the best fight that I know of being made in years. It's a better fight than Sergey Kovalev, Andre Ward. It is a better fight. It's a better fight than Tyson. It's man, I don't know if it's better than Deontay Wilder and Mike Tyson, but it is because of the fact that there's nobody else in that division. There's no Anthony Joshua. There's no Alexander Usyk left. It's better than Canelo. It's better than Canelo Alvarez, Gennady Golovkin. It's probably the best since Floyd Mayweather Jr., Manny Pacquiao. For me, to say, okay, you guys think that Manny Pacquiao can beat Floyd Mayweather, and you got a legitimate reason to believe so, because that man beat Oscar De La Hoya, that man beat Miguel Cotto, that man beat Juan Manuel Marquez, got knocked out, but you know what it is, still did his job against him, time in and time out, beat the brakes off Margarito, did all those things. Manny Pacquiao, legitimate, exciting knockout guy where you know this dude is real dangerous, and Floyd Mayweather Jr.'s history speaks for itself. He's Floyd Mayweather Jr. That level, that's the same thing we're talking. This is not quite there, but it's better than anything we've had since then. And the attention in boxing deservedly belongs with them. Honestly, it belongs with them. Honestly, it belongs with them. It's not one-sided. It's not one-sided. Where you got one guy, and then you got somebody that's playing a nice B-side to him. You know what I mean? Now, maybe if Devin does what Devin is supposed to do and beat Shakur, rematch Lomachenko, because Lomachenko, in the eyes of a lot of people, beat him. And there ain't no way you guys can talk your way out of that by conflating robbery with that man it's a close fight. If it's a close fight, you rematch a close fight. If it's a questionable fight, you rematch a questionable fight. If it could have went either way, then do it again, because it could have went either way. Not nah. You made me wait 4 years, so no, now you don't deserve it, and you wouldn't give it to me if it was me. I don't know what you would have done if it was me or you. All I know is a fight fan. I don't know who won that fight. It could have went either way. If you think he won, okay, cool, I can see it. If you think he won, okay, yeah, I can see it. Nah, that's not separation. That's not separation. That's relying on a cliche. You have to beat the champ. That's a cliche. That's an excuse for why you won something that a lot of people don't think you can. Well, didn't think you did. Oh, well, I'm the champion, so you didn't do what you needed to do against me. No. You mean I didn't do what I need to do against the idea of the champion. You want extra privileges because you hold those belts. The fact of the matter is, if we take it out of boxing, we put y'all in the middle of the street. Who won that fight? Neither one of you. Neither one. They just fought until they broke it up. The time ran out. They fought till the time ran out. And so and they just somebody had to pick a winner. Yeah, I don't know. Who do you think won? I don't know. Just pick one. Well, I think him. No. You don't have to pick a winner. You didn't have to pick a winner with Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder. 2. You didn't have to pick a winner in the 3rd. You didn't have to pick a winner. When Ali, you had to pick a winner in Ali Frazier. And what did they do? They ran it back. And then what did they do? When one clearly won, well, run it back again. And then, hey, you didn't have to pick a winner. One guy didn't come out. I am severely irritated by this conversation that we've been having about that all week, because it's all fun and dandy to say robbery Or, oh, that's a robbery. And then you take self-satisfaction in the fact that your guy didn't get robbed. He narrowly eked it out. Oh, I'm the man. I narrowly eked it out. Because people have a saying that you have to beat the champion? No. It's not impressive. It's not impressive. That's why he got taken. And then on the other side of it, to take him off the pound for pound list because he narrowly beat somebody. It didn't prove that he's any less than he was. If a narrow win over Vasily Lomachenko takes him off the list, he didn't belong on the list to begin with, Mr. Ioli. That's a lame excuse. That's sourpuss right there. That's sourpuss. Oh, I mean, I think Lomachenko wins, so let me punish Devin and take him off the list. You didn't take Lomachenko lost to Teofimo Lopez, and you left that man on the list for a long ass time. You left him off the list for a long time. You left him on that list for a long time. On the other side, when Lomachenko won a close fight against against Jermaine Ortiz, you Devin Haney fans insisted that he gets taken off the list because he won a close fight. So you can't complain about Kevin Ioli taking Lomachenko off because Devin off because he won a close fight. I say this over and over and over again. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Do not be an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, logic ass dude. Be a do unto others as I would have them do unto me type of person. Not he did it, so I get to do it. They said they hyped this dude up, even though I said they was lying. Give me everything that you gave them that I said that they didn't deserve. Give it to me because I deserve it now because they didn't deserve it and you gave it to them. But now I don't deserve it. So since I don't deserve it, according to my own logic, you still got to give it to me. That's weak shit. I'm telling that to all of y'all. That's weak shit. That's weak shit. It's weak. It's weak. It's nothing but like, I can't wait till I get there so I can mistreat people too. That's some Animal Farm. That's some Animal Farm pig type logic. That's some Orwellian Animal Farm type logic. That's some eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth type logic. Nah, treat people the way you would want to be treated. If Devin Haney won that fight, if Lomachenko won that fight, and Devin lost his belt, you'd want that rematch. So if Lomachenko feels like he won that fight, those should be his belts, then ask for that rematch. Not, well, he didn't do it. Nah, he didn't do it. He wouldn't have done it. First of all, you don't know if he would have done it. You just saying it. You don't know that. It may be true that he would have done it, but be the better man. Be the better fan base. Don't be the same fan base. Don't throw out numbers like 250,000 pay-per-views for Devin Haney when you know damn well that ain't true. Just because Rick Glazier throws out numbers that he knows damn well ain't true to tear him down. Devin Haney deserves undisputed. He doesn't deserve a lie floating around about him selling as many pay-per-views as Gervonta Davis did against Hector Garcia, because that's stealing from Gervonta Davis. Devin Haney does not deserve to be called a cash cow. He doesn't deserve it because he's not that. You know he's not that. I know he's like that, not that. So just like Gervonta Davis does not deserve to be called the undisputed champion, Devin Haney does not deserve to be called a cash cow because he's not that. A $3 million, which hasn't even been validated officially. It hasn't even been validated. That's a guess at this point. Is still $2 million less in the biggest fight of his career than Gervonta Davis gets every time he walks out of his bedroom, every time he walks out of his backyard. His standard gate is $5 million for a fight that don't mean nothing. Devin is in the biggest fight of his career against a guy that's got a name every bit as big, if not bigger than his. He does $3 million, and all of a sudden y'all acting like this is equal. It ain't equal. Just like Gervonta Davis's WBA world title is not equal to Devin Haney's undisputed championships. Call it like it is. Stop lying. Call it like it is. Stop lying. Stop advocating for your guy. Start advocating for people to be treated fairly so there can be balance in the boxing world and people can get the respect that the people deserve based off what they earned. You don't solve the problem of there being hype jobs by creating another one. You don't solve that problem that way. You don't solve gun violence by picking up a gun and shooting somebody else. That's just more gun violence. You don't solve the problem of your wife cheating on you by you going to cheat, because that's just more cheating. So that's my introductory statement to this live stream. And like I said, anybody can get the smoke. Anybody can get the smoke and argue with that. You can't argue with it. And you know that's what you're doing. You can't argue it. You cannot tell me that somebody that is I have caught in lie after lie after lie, all of a sudden is trustworthy on this one. I heard what you said. Do you believe Paulie Malignaggi now that Devin said he didn't resign? Let me tell you, I didn't say I believe Paulie Malignaggi before. I said I took him seriously. And do I still take him seriously, even though Devin said that he didn't resign? Yes, I do. You know why? Because Devin lied about being able to fight Gervonta Davis in December of last year. That's why I still take him seriously, because I've caught Devin Haney lying about fights that he signed that he said he didn't sign before. So why out of the blue, just because he said it, am I going to accept it as it being true? And you tell me that you believe Eddie Hearn every time Eddie Hearn says something. You can spot Eddie Hearn will say something that's true every once in a while, and you will immediately say, just because Eddie said it don't make it true. Why? Because Eddie Hearn will lie. How do you know Eddie Hearn will lie? Because I've caught Eddie Hearn lying before. There you go. So my statement remains the same on that. We will see if Devin Haney re-signed with Bob Arum when Devin Haney's next fight takes place. And I'm okay waiting. If he winds up fighting on a top-ranked card, I'm going to believe Paulie Malignaggi. If he winds up fighting on a DAZN card, I'll say Paulie Malignaggi was wrong. But I'm not taking the word of anybody on that because there's no reason to. I can sit here and wait. I do not have to make up my mind right this second about whether or not Devin Haney is telling the truth. Because Devin Haney said that Devin Haney and Bill Haney said that they did not have to fight George Kambosos in that rematch, and that was not true. They said that they did not have to fight Lomachenko. They could fight Gervonta Davis, and that was not true. And how do we know that that's not true? We know that that's not true because Bill Haney later said he had a 3-fight option, and the fourth one could have been Shakur. He had 3 fights. 2 with George Kambosos, and 1 with the person that Bob Arum picked, and Bob Arum picked Lomachenko, so he knew right there. And then the 4th one that he could have had was Shakur. How do I know that they didn't pick up that option? that Bill Haney said was there. How do we know? We don't know. But how do we know he wasn't telling the truth? And Devin wasn't telling the truth about not having to fight not having to fight that man, George Kambosos, in the rematch, counselor. How do we know? We know because he took the fight. And he later verified that he had already agreed to the fight at the time he said he didn't have to take the fight. Didn't he, counselor? And how do we know he wasn't telling the truth about having to fight, but not having to fight Lomachenko? Even though Bob Arum said the deal was already done. How do we know Bob was telling the truth and Devin wasn't? Because later Bill Haney said they had already agreed to 3 fights. Something Bill Haney had said before he said it wasn't true, and then it became true. So he said it was true, then he said it wasn't true, and then he said it was true again. And it happened. Counselor. Man down. You, man down. Don't slice, no slip, no conversations about me. And do I believe this? No, I do not believe it. And when I say no, I do not believe it, that means I don't know if it is true or not true. It could still be true, and I still don't believe it. I will believe it when I know who Devin Haney fights next, period. Because Devin Haney and Bill Haney have proven themselves to be unreliable based on the words coming out of their mouth. And you would be better off to wait and see what they do. Because of their past actions, not because of my opinion. And again, I'm not an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth guy. I'm a do unto others as you would have them do unto you type guy. And if somebody caught me in a lie, I would expect them not to believe me once they caught me in a lie, which is problems that I've had in relationships. She caught me lying. Never believe me again for nothing I said. Double check it, double check it, double check it, double check it, double check it. Double check it. Why? Because that nigga lies. I caught him lying. He said he was there. He wasn't there. I got a receipt. I see it. It's on camera. I got my phone bill. So you tell me you're going there? Sure. I'll believe you when I see you there. You say you're going to pay me my money if you bet me. You didn't pay the last bet. So I'll believe you're going to pay me. I believe that you're trustworthy to bet when you pay me. So all y'all can stop that. And I'm killing conversations before y'all mention it in this chat. I'm balling you up before you say it because I know you in here. And I know you in here under some other name thinking you're cute. Devin Haney did not expose Paulie Malignaggi, and I can't stand Paulie Malignaggi. All he did was say it wasn't true. But guess what? His word is not trustworthy in that regard because he has told stories before, and you know it. Thank you very much. So now that I did my half hour soliloquy sticking forks in you Negroes, and guess what I didn't say? Because I want to tell you how specific I am when I'm talking to you. I said Negroes. I'm talking to you. I am talking to you. Nah. 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 This fight is what I'm talking about. I will tell you, Terence Crawford, if he takes this fight, has earned my respect no matter what. Whether he won or whether he lost. Whether he wins or whether he loses. He's earned my respect. And for everybody that says that, I've never said, I think I might have said I'm starting to think he's a coward. I think I might have let that slip out my mouth one time. And I apologize as soon as it left my mouth because I don't believe that man is a coward. I think I said that once, just in case there's an attorney out there that wants to pull out a soundbite on me, even though I've talked about the subject for like 2 years. That's called a trick, sir. That's a litigator trick, isn't it? Anyway, yeah, forking y'all. Let's get this going. Cadillac 634, and I'm the best at that. I'm going to tell you, want to know y'all talking about how great y'all are and everything y'all do? None of y'all can do what I just did. None of you. And you know it. And you know it. Didn't write that down either. Cadillac 634, from the street to the throne. Chillville, minute, alchemical chaos in the building. From the streets to the throne. What's going on, man? TBE is TBE, Ernie V, Adrian Molina. Don't forget the gong. I got to ride all the way down to the end on this, though, brother. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm going to start from the end of the chat. So as you guys come in, I will most definitely be saying what's up to everybody. But I'm so far behind because I went off for like a half an hour. Like that was a 30-minute cuff. I got to go down to the end of the conversation. Otherwise, I won't get caught up for a very, very long time. So you know who the regular suspects are. Y'all know who you all are. John Boy, my guy in the building. Adrian Molina, and I'm going to do it blindfolded. Adrian Molina in the building. Keys to the Game, Boxing in the building. Ray Davis in the building. Mr. Pragmatic in the building. Shoney in the building. Barbara D, how you doing? Sister, how you doing? To all the ladies in the building. Deborah Booker, Mac INT, Richard Hill, Asante L. You know what it is. Every one of y'all, thank y'all for continuing to support the channel, man. Israel, what's going on with you? Seth in the building, what's going on, man? God, hey, good morning, Fanon, chat. Be well, God bless. Felt that thesis statement. Yeah, man, I'm going to start with these thesis statements. I'm going to start these running off with soundbite that. Soundbite that. Soundbite that, fella. Soundbite that one, bro. Soundbite that one. I'm telling you, I hold grudges. Soundbite that one. Virgil Wembley in the building, Ray Patterson, Marcus the Villain, GM, Steph Brown, E-Money Bags. You know you get a link today, E-Money Bags. Hey, Undercard Boxing, no joke, man. I mean it. Undercard Boxing, yeah, I mean that. If y'all want to do it, because I love to, hey, I've got a large enough platform where I should be able to get those credentials. And if people want to go to those fights and I apply for the credentials and you want to go there associated with me, I would do it. Without a doubt, because I think I can get the credentials. And some of your channels may be too small to get the credentials. But I've got enough where I can get the credentials. Definitely, I believe I can get credentials to PBC. So if you guys are interested in it and you guys want to, like, if you have a channel, because I see what these other guys are doing, man, that'll do that, like in association with Fight Hype. Fight Hype ain't going to all these fights. Fight Hype is having cats that are associated with them go to the fights, and then they give them the footage and they put the footage up. And hey, I'll do that in a minute. You know what I mean? And allow just like that good old dude, man. What's my man's name getting them interviews over there killing it? I think he's a Latino dude. Maybe a light-skinned black dude or a Latino dude. Mill City Boxing. Yeah, Mill City Boxing. Looks like that's what Mill City Boxing's doing. With getting those really, really good interviews and all that stuff and putting them interviews up. Some people may not feel comfortable with me. Newt, pursue it. I'm in Vegas. Yeah, man. Just hit me up on the email, man. If y'all want to try to do that, man, I'm down to try to do that. No joke. I'll put the content up. If you got your channel, you can put it up on your content too. I'll edit it a little bit. Shouldn't be a problem. We can give the boxing community that we have here access to people just like Fight Hype has access to stuff. You know what I mean? But let me get to this. Let me get to this chat. Let me get to this topic though, man. But real quick, again, get the likes up. Yeah. So we're going to do these thesis statements in the beginning, man, because I got to get that stuff off my chest. Sometimes I got to do it, bro. Sometimes I got to do it. What's this? Oh, how did that happen? Man, I can't stand. Sometimes I really get sick of cash. I love Cash App. Thank you for the support in the Cash App. Let me not say that. Let me get these Cash App. Mike Kirkland yesterday, 355s. Hey, much love to my guy, Cat. Thank you, brother. Dave Louis said, count me in. Cool. I'll make the call, man. I'll make the call because, yeah, man, I would love to do that, man. I want to do that. I want to switch up, get some content on the channel, but I can't. But it's just not economically. It does not make sense for me to go to all those fights. And plus, I get death threats. So I don't really, honestly, man, I got I get death threats. So I don't really like, when somebody threatens my life, man, I take it seriously. And I'm telling you, people threaten your life over this ridiculousness, which is why I throw it in the face of these fighters like that. Y'all ain't the only ones getting sweat out here, partner. You know what I mean? I said, hate that your super chat jail. Salute. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Hey, man. The Cash App works very, very well for me, though. I ain't gonna lie, dog. God answered a question for me on what on the Cash App and the super chats. The Cash App really works. So thank you very, very much, man. Thank you very much. And my guy, Buzz, said, hey, how is a second round knockdown not scored 10-8? Much love in that Cash App, brother. How is it not scored 10-8? The guy, you must have thought he dominated the entire round. You know what I'm saying? He must have thought he dominated the entire round before that. Mr. Pragmatic, much love in that Cash App, bro. Said, great introductory monologue. Yeah, man, I'm going to start doing those, brother. I'm changing my format, bro, because I'm going to put forks in you Negroes. I'm going to put forks in you. Keep my name out your mouth. I'm going to put forks in you. Believe it. I'm going to put a fork in you. Easy. Let me repeat this again. Can't none of y'all debate me. None of you. Especially if I got a monologue. I will flush all of you on that. You guys have to stop doing that. You do not listen to you guys talk politics all the time. Whoa, should I be a Democrat? Should I be a Republican? No, I can't be a Democrat because we got to stay with the Democrats. No, we got to go to, no, you ain't got to none of that. You got to be productive in your life, bro. Making the same mistakes that people have made, doing the same thing to people that you don't like that they do to you. It's just an encouragement to them to keep doing it to you. That's a Hatfields in the McCoys. That's a Hatfields in the McCoys. That is, I hurt you, you hurt me. I hurt you, you hurt me. That's the Crips in the blood. I shoot you, you shoot me. I shoot you, you shoot me. I shoot you, you shoot me. No, thank you. I'm not shooting you. Leave me alone. I am not going to mistreat you. Return that to me. If you say eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, well, here's my tooth. Here's my tooth. Oh, yeah, that means you owe me your tooth. You got to give me your tooth. I'm not going to take your tooth. You want to have an interchange? No worry. I'm going to voluntarily give you my tooth so that I don't have to mistreat you to get yours. All you need to do is give me it. And that's fair. That's eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. And it is also do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is both of them at the same time. A concept that you guys think is absolutely positively impossible in life. Keon said, let's get it cracking. Keys to the Game Boxing channel. Oh, you can fix stupid. You can fix stupid. Shame fix stupid. There's a reason that there's shame in this world. Hey, Cal L. Cooler with the $20 house said, talk to him, man down. Yes, sir. Talk to him, man down all day. Thank you, brother. And Mr. Wembley in the building said, keep cooking, brother. Yes, sir. Let me do something, man. Somebody told me I needed to do something, which I absolutely positively need to do. So give me 1 second. And we're going to get back to it. Believe you me. Because I got something for y'all today. Yeah, I do. Because everybody's going to come talking about this Fanon. You said Bud would never take the fight. Don't you owe him an apology? Give him an apology. All right, I'll give him an apology. I apologize. Now you apologize to Errol Spence. Now you apologize to Al Heyman. You apologize to Derek James. You apologize because you said Errol was pricing him out. Errol was stealing from him. Errol was doing this. Errol was doing that. You apologize to Errol. I came right out the gate and said, hey, I did it in a video last night. I said, hey. Ooh, I didn't mean that. Hold on. See how that works when you run your mouth? Because if you ask me to apologize to Errol for what I said, Terence for what I said, which in my own defense, I will tell you was never disrespectful. Except for that one time where I immediately apologized for it, just in case there's somebody with a soundbite out there. Somebody trying to frame 100 hours of conversation with a 15-second clip. Fucking con man. That's why they hate lawyers, bro. You an ambulance chaser is what the fuck you are. I bet you're an ambulance chaser. But anyway, that's unfair. That's a low blow. Man, please, I appreciate everybody that supports the chat and the Cash App, man. Thank you. It's the only income coming into the channel for like a month. So for my guy, Cash App is king. My man said Cash App is king. You know what the problem is with Cash App? Cash App is for black people. Venmo is for white people. Cash App is for black people. That's what somebody told me. And Deandra, I'm just gonna say what's up. She had $5 holler. Thank you, sister, for that support. Thank you, sister, for that support. Thank you, D. Thank you, D. My lady, thank you so much for that support. And my guy, I'm gonna say Easy Dinero in the building. For keeping the lights on, brother. Thank you. These things cost money. So thank you very, very much for helping me keep these lights on. Without a doubt, thank you. Look, man, he could have ran. He never had options. He never had options. Hey, the spin doctor himself, So Deep, is so in the building. Greeny, what's going on, So Deep? I didn't see you, brother. Shout out. You know what it is. Shout out to my guy, the parlor in East Wheaton, man. My best man, my best friend, man, So Deep. You know, I got about 4 dudes in this world I love to death. And that's my guy right there. That's my first real friend. I can say that with 100% honesty, 100% fact. So Deep is my absolute positive first real friend I ever had in my life, man. Life was rough before I became friends with that dude. Errol getting another ice hike. What's up with it, my main man? Yes, sir. So Deep in the building. What's good, bro? So we got links this morning because I know there's going to be a lot of people that want to talk about this. I seen Coppinger report that this would be the 3rd time. I'll be fooled if he's capping. Let me defend my guy, Sean Clark. Let me tell you the difference. And I maintain this. People call him Mike Cappinger, but it's not a lie. If you read him carefully, he always gives himself wiggle room. Always gives him wiggle room. He is doing his job to get the attention of the boxing world onto him. And he is relentless about it, without a doubt. But one thing that you got to respect about Mike Coppinger is that, from what I can see, he does not outright lie. Certain people outright lie, like Devin Haney and Bill Haney. They flat out lie. They flat out tell you things that are not true. That's not true. It is not true that Gervonta Davis can petition to become the mandatory for the super champ. And as if that is some standard thing. It's true that he can do it. It's not true that is something that people do, though. But the specifics, that's an example of saying something that's misleading but may not be an actual lie. To say that you did not agree to fight Vasily Lomachenko, but to say that you didn't, and then turn around and say that you did, one of those are a lie. I don't know which one it is. I don't know. I can't prove which one it is, but I know one of them is. Isn't that right, counselor? Isn't that right, counselor? Yeah, it's right, isn't it? It's right, isn't it? Yeah, it's right. Yeah, it's right. So that's the difference for me in this one. In this one, he said, this fight is done. He did say sources, but he said, this is done. That's a difference from what he had said before. He said, this is done. Reading comprehension is important, people. That's why I always get upset with people when I put a question mark and you act like it's a period. If I put a question mark there, that is a question mark. That makes that whole thing a question. I am not misleading you. I'm asking you a question. Now, if I think and don't have enough respect for you and can anticipate that you're stupid and don't know what a question mark means, then, hey, I guess I did kind of mislead you, right? But I led you. No, I didn't. I put a question mark. Hold on one second. Okay? If you see, if I put an exclamation mark there, you can say, hey, that's not true. I'll say, oh, I meant to put a question mark. And I still maintain that a bunch of y'all some dodos talking about propaganda and all of that. I appreciate your logic and wisdom. Man down. Zulu Lion in the building. I'm telling you, man, these guys talk about legal ease. I still don't know what that is. I know that there are legal concepts that are not readily apparent, obviously, like standards, like certain standards of God dog, I'm so old on this. There's certain standards of standards that you apply, or not burdens, yeah, different burdens of proof, different rules, different concepts, right? All kind of different stuff that if you're not educated on it, you wouldn't understand. But the words mean what the words mean. The words mean what the words mean. And if you struggle hard enough with anything, you will get what they mean. And I don't care if that crap was written 100 years ago. Hey, Yannick in the building said, good morning, Fanon. I got Spence by stoppage. Yes, sir. Once they formally announce this, then we can be on great conversations about who can win the fight between these two great fighters. Chill Phil in the building said, Nope, I am so happy. Thank you, brother. I'm excited, bro. I'm excited. No joke. I'm excited. I'm happy. Who said I missed one of their super chats? My guy Matthew said I missed. Matthew again in the building said, this year, all boxing questions will be answered. Much love in that Cash App, brother. Thank you so much. There are levels to lying. People dress up lies in the closing of the truth all the time. I believe that people can mislead you without lying. But it's not a lie. To me, I strictly define lie as this. You telling me a fact that you know is not true. Now watch how I define that. If you tell me something that you know is not true and represent it as true, that is a lie. If you tell me something that you believe is true that winds up not being true, that is not a lie. What's the difference? Your intention. Your intention was to mislead me. When you tell me something that is true, that is not true, you tell me something is true and you know it is not true, you are intentionally lying. You are intentionally misleading me. If you tell me something is true, that you believe is true, but it winds up not being true, you are not trying to mislead me. Hence, it is not a lie, according to me. That's the way that I think about it. However, you can mislead someone without lying. You can mislead someone without lying. Correct? Dallas Troy said, now who's the duck? Who's the guy? Who's now a Dallas Troy? Now who's trying to price people out? Dallas Troy? Who's trying? You answer this question for me. Who's trying to rip Bud off now? I'm not gonna engage in that. I'm gonna ask you the questions about Bud. I'm just gonna put it back on you. You apologize to Errol for everything y'all said about Errol, and then we can apologize, or somebody can apologize for what they said about Bud. Don't act like you innocent, because now you have an argument to say Bud didn't duck a fight. For all I know, I don't know. You apologize to Errol. You apologize to Errol. You apologize to Errol faking car accidents. Errol this, Errol did that. Al Heyman and the PBC going out of business. Al Heyman wouldn't give him the money. Man, that guaranteed money that they're offering Terence Crawford, according to Mike Coppinger, is the same guarantee that they offered him last year. According to many sources, because we're still stuck on sources, according to many sources, Terence Crawford turned down $10 million, I think $10 million guarantee. It may have been 8, but I think it was 10. He turned down a $10 million guarantee last time because he wanted 15. So if that was true, and now he's got 10, then there's no difference. Also, there was already a rematch clause in there. There was a rematch clause in there last time. So there's no difference in the terms. Dallas Troy, I'm not answering any questions till you apologize to Errol. Dallas Troy. Hey, Will Concept said, keep up the great work, Fanon. Yes, sir. Much love in that Cash App, brother. Let me tell you something, partners. Y'all ain't catching me on shit with this. Bud could have taken that fight a year ago. These are the same terms. From everything that I see, these are the same terms. The only thing that I see is he had CAA that really, now watch this. Now, since you want to start here and start jabbing at me, I'm going to give you something you guys can steal from my mind. Okay? Free game. Hey, make sure you do a monologue every effing show. Yes, sir. Much love in that Cash App. Yes, sir. I'll do a monologue every show. I'll do a monologue every show. I promise. For that support, much love in that $10 brother. Thank you. And Adrian Molina. Gone for Adrian Molina. And my guy, Miss 100 Baller, said betting $2,500, Spence beat his A in this fight with a $40 holler, brother. That's huge, brother. No, there's a difference. Now watch this. No, there's a difference. There's a difference. There's a big difference in the negotiations of this fight. Big difference. I'll give an applause to somebody that can go and read that ESPN article and tell me what the difference was. And this is for Fahim Sator, who owes me $50. Don't think I wasn't coming to get my money, Fahim. I want my money, Fahim. No, I'm joking. I know I backed out that bet, dog. I ain't going to do you dirty, Fahim. Let me tell you, no. But this is something that Fahim Shatura said. Y'all are not going to like what I'm going to tell you. Pay that man his money. No, it's not that. No, it's not that. No, it's not. They never gave one out. Still in Vegas. No. I'll put it on. I'll put it on, bro. There's an you guys are not gonna get it, okay? Watch this. Here's the difference. No, T. Orlando. No. It's this. No, because that was in there before, from what I know. It's CAA. I'll give you a hint. It's CAA. No, I'm going to tell you what it is. It's CAA. CAA. Chillville. John Bowie, where you at, brother? John Bowie mad about that Cash App, man. About that super chat, bro. He'll be back. Hey, much love in that Cash App, brother. Thank you so much for y'all support. Your support, Chillville. It's CAA. No. CAA is creative artists. It is one of the biggest. It is the. Now watch this. Valerie Napier said Bud had representation. But what is this? Why is that? This is what Fahim Sator said about Bud. Bud don't trust black people. As a professional that has experienced this a lot, they will believe, certain black people will not believe anything out of the word of a black person. But if a white person tells them the same thing, they'll be like, oh, okay, I believe it. So CAA is the only difference, and they signed the same deal. Why could that be? Because CAA could tell them straight to their face, this is a fair deal, bud. This is a fair deal. They're not ripping you off. No, not comprehension articulate again. No. CAA is the name. It's the name of its agents. He hired a new agent, and his agent said to Bud, "This is a fair deal." They're not ripping you off. It's the easiest way to make money in the world. I'm going to take 10% of your money for telling you that this dude ain't cheating you, when it's obvious that he wasn't in the face of many other people. Easy. It's what Fahim Sator said. He doesn't trust black people. Easy. He would rather give them 15% of his money. He would rather give that. He'd rather give, what's his name? Ari Sheichman, whatever his name is. Oh, my Cash App is at the top, Stephen L. Go to the pinned comment, Stephen L. It's right there. Stephen L. It's in a pinned comment at the top. And make sure you hit the link in the pinned comment at the top so that somebody else doesn't steal it. Okay? So there you go. Easy. It seems to me he's one of those guys that said, hey, man, nah, go give me a Jewish lawyer. I need a Jewish lawyer. No disrespect to Jewish lawyers. They're great at what they do. No joke. Ain't nothing wrong with hiring a Jewish lawyer. Them cats are smart, sharp. They know their work. A lot of those guys are very, very good. Do not misinterpret what I'm saying. All I'm saying is you have Al Heyman. That's what Al Heyman is. Al Heyman does not have a reputation of ripping people off. He has a reputation. Yeah, they're very good, of course. I mean, very well educated, dude, very well educated people that work very hard or smart people. They got a lot of these. Yeah, there's no, I wouldn't shoot. You know what I mean? But it's like somebody, I need a surgeon. You gonna go to the black woman to do a surgeon, or are you gonna go over there to them? I feel more comfortable over there. That's the only difference that I can see. The money was the same. I don't know what the percentage split was, But dude, I guarantee you that that's what they're going to say. Just like I said to certain one of y'all, how do you get the fight done? It's mighty funny that people that claim that they know all this stuff about business don't realize that when you are really going to cut a deal with somebody, you're not going to guess on what money they have sold. You are going to say, show me your books. And they are going to send a CPA to go look at your books. They're not going to take it on face value. The only way that you are going to trick them is if you commit fraud and falsify information, or you somehow know the auditor and give a wink to the auditor, and the auditor lets stuff slide because he's taking some money on the back end. Somebody asked me, well, how do you know? I'm telling you, man, I'm so pissed off. I'm telling you, man, I'm so pissed off. I've been pissed off for 3 days, bro. I'm not going to lie. I'll be walking around. I know it ain't right in my head to be so pissed off. I know I really shouldn't be, but I am. I still am. Because somebody looked at me with a snarky tone and said, if Devin Haney and Bob Arum, if Devin Haney and Gervonta Davis are going to fight, what do you think the next steps would be? No worries. You sit at a table. They both give you, they exchange profit and loss statements, which in the term, and what I mean by that is, how much money did you make? How much revenue did you generate on your last fight? How much cost did you have associated with your fight? What's the profit on the fight? And then the other guy gives you the same information. And then you have a conversation based off those facts. And then you figure out the subjective side of it is how much risk is it for one guy? How much risk is it for the other guy? What's the risk reward? And then you try to balance it in a fair deal. You're not going to go off of what somebody on a Twitter space says about what the pay-per-views are. You're not going to go off what is reported by ESPN. You're going to say, sit down, show me your receipts. And when that is done, then you have a realistic, you know what the money was. You can then use your expert opinion on what you think the value of the fight is, what this person's value is, what this person's value is, right? What this person's risk is, what this person's risk is, and then each party has to make their own independent judgment as to what they will fight for and what the best alternative to them reaching a negotiated agreement is. And then from there, they will decide whether or not they think that this is a smart move to make this fight. And I can't believe people that are sitting there claiming that they're an educated people and what they know and all that didn't get straight to that. I'm not going to guess about whether your fight made money or not. You're going to show me how much money your fight made. And I will also counsel, let you know exactly what they would sign before that, a non-disclosure agreement as to the financials of their previous fights. Just like when you actually are trying to buy a company or sell a company. Same thing. I worked for companies that got offers to buy. They were looking to sell their deals, looking to sell. You get it every time you deal with a merchant whose business it is to try to find somebody that's interested in buying your company. And the first thing that they do is say, they send you an agreement and they say, you're going to give me all this information. I agree that it is confidential. We're going to do a valuation on your business. And whoever buys that, we are going to give that valuation to them, but we're going to also ensure that that information is confidential because they need to be able to verify the value of your company. What's the difference between that and a boxing match? It's just event by event. Give me the financials for your last boxing event. You can give me the financials of your last 3. They might ask for the last 3. When somebody talked about the value of all, now watch this. This is the same dude. Talked about the value if you balled up all of the promotional companies. What would the value be? And my answer is, I don't know, 5 times trailing revenue, 10 times trailing revenue, something like that. 10 times trailing revenue. Because you no longer have any competition. If you own Top Rank, you own the PBC, and you own Matchroom, you own Queensberry. I always mess up Queensberry, Frank Warren's. If you own all 4 of those, you have no competition. You have all of the network deals. That brings Sky. That over there in the UK, that brings Sky. That brings the contract that you have with BT Sports. That means you got the ESPN contract. That means you got the CBS Sports contract. That means you got all of that. And you don't have any competition. You can pay the prices that you want to pay. You got a monopoly. How much is a monopoly worth? How much is a monopoly worth, partner? I don't care how many. I'm trying to say, I don't care how many times you have gotten people off of hit and runs. That's not related to this. That's exactly why I told you that Showtime Boxing was not going out of business. Then none of that crap applied to what was going on with the rest of their TV shows and all of that, because it's sports. And if you're doing a reorganization, you're going to put like things with like things. You pick that up and you move it over there with the sports. It was not complex at a high level. It's not complex at a high level. It's detailed in the execution, but not complex at the high level. From a CEO's point of view, that's easy. Put that there, put that there. Hey, guy, how long is it going to take for you to put that there, put that there? Well, look, man, no worries. I got you. I'll get together with my team and we'll put together a project plan. You hire a big company like Bain. You hire Bain. You hire KPMG. You whatever one of those that are still there, whatever the big one over there in the UK is, because there's one over there whose name I always forget. And then they come over and they get together with your leadership and they say, okay, these are the best practices associated with a deal like this. And then they work with their teams. They put together what they're going to do. They say, okay, we got technical issues. We got personnel issues. We got contract issues. So how are we going to do this? You get a scrum master who's going to sit there and document it, lay it out. And over time, you got an execution team. You got phases for your project. And at the end of the day, it ends. But it all starts with the CEO saying, put this here, put that there, and give me a timeline. Finance guy, how much is this going to cost and is it worth it? But not his finance guy. His finance guy is going to be talking to Bain, who's looking at all those numbers. Because they've got specialists, and they don't have to pay them as an employee. They can set a budget for. I don't even want to teach y'all no more. I don't even want to teach you no more. You're not on my level. And I mean it. John Boy, where you at? You back at John Boy, where you at? Hey, man, I don't know where John Boy, man. John Boy's my dude, man. He kind of, hey, man, let me tell you, man. First of all, BFTB for life. That's my dude, BFTB, bro. Yeah, hey, Crawford ducking a more active Spence last year. Much love in that Cash App, bro. Thank you, brother. I mean, look, man, it is what it is. Whether or not he ducked at this point in time is kind of irrelevant. Not only is it a single seller, it's also a single. It's a single seller. It is. Nuke Juice said, Martin teaching that Six Sigma black belt class. No worries, bro. No worries, dog. I can do it. Dang, Fanon, I be trying to sleep, but Fanon keep reeling me back in. No worries, man. No worries. Like I said, thank you for your support in the super chat. Thank you for keeping the channel going. I am better at this than every single solitary one of you. Let me repeat. I am better at that than every single solitary one of you dudes that talk about boxing on a regular basis. I am better at organizational redesign than any promoter that there is in boxing, because that's what I was raised on. Raised on it. Not, oh, I got this at school. No, I got that in my living room. My niece is a scrum master. My sister is a scrum master. I employed well over 100 project managers, testing planners, project planners for years, and know exactly who the best of them are and why they're good. I can write bowling strings to get them. Dude, Google me, dude. Google me. Don't talk to me about business. Don't do it. I know who I can't talk to about business. I know who those guys are. Those guys I'll sit and listen to. But even they can't bullshit me. Trust you me. They can't bullshit me. No way. Because I know enough about it to be like, Okay, how does that work? Because I know what you know. And I know what you, because I know what you know, I know what you don't know. And I know what they know. And I know what they don't know. Because as a professional, shout out to all these people who I sat in this room with for hours when my head was hurting. I'm telling you, I got out of law school and I went right into a management consulting firm. And I sat there for hours because I was dealing with rules. I was dealing with everything related to the law. And I immediately went to work as a management consultant for Fortune 500 companies. And I had the biggest headaches in the world listening to these guys talking about mergers and acquisitions, not from a legal aspect, but from an execution of it. Organizational redesign, all of that stuff from a very, very high level. And it took me, and you know what's funny when you learn? Watch this. You can hear something 5 years ago and it not make any sense to you, but once it applies to something real in your life, all of a sudden, all of that stuff comes together and you understand it. That is why I tell you that there is no such thing as the business of boxing. There's business. The subject matter is boxing. And only somebody that really understands it can fully grasp that right away. There is no business of boxing. There is only business. And boxing is the subject matter. Now, why do I say that? Do you think the guys at CAA are boxing experts? No, they are not. Creative artists are not boxers. They can negotiate movie deals. They can negotiate book deals. They can negotiate boxing. They can negotiate football, collective bargaining. They can do any of that stuff because business is business. John Bowie in the building saying, hey, fam, shout out to everybody. $20 holler, brother. Nah, the contract experts are contract experts. Trust me, them dudes. A contract expert really is not what you do with somebody that's an expert in contracts is you get them to actually document the agreement. Their job is to document the agreement. That's their job. What is it that you're trying to accomplish? What risks are you willing to take? What things are you trying to accomplish? What risks are you willing to take? What risks are you not willing to take? What safeguards do you want in place? What interest are you trying to protect? And you give me that, and then I will document it in a way that accomplishes that goal. That's what a contract expert is. Litigators know nothing, almost nothing about contracts. Litigators, unless they litigate the contract. They're not writing them. They're litigating them. They know the rules of the court. And no doubt about it, general legal principles, like my guy T. Orlando Pearson. T. Orlando Pearson's a litigator, bro. He knows the courts. He knows the jurisdictions. He knows the venues. He knows all of that stuff, standards of evidence. He understands all of that stuff because that's what he works with on a day-to-day basis. Thank you, brother, for that support, John. Boy, you such a blessing, brother. And my guy, Stone Alone, said, paying my taxes. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you so much. I litigate, review, and draft documents too. Shout out to you. Yes, sir. But T. Orlando, are you going to litigate? Are you going to draft? Now, look, I don't want to limit your abilities, brother. I don't want to. I appreciate you, brother. I litigate, review, and drafts too. Yeah. So, I'm not for T. Orlando Pearson. I'm asking. That's a perfect for T. Orlando Pearson. I'm asking questions of him. T. Orlando, let me ask you a question. Do you know how to create a project plan for organizational reorganization, excuse me. Would you be able to draft a project plan to reorganize a 30,000 employee company? Said hell no. Exactly. Boop. So don't tell me because you're a lawyer that you're an expert on this. Don't tell me that. Just like I said to Rick Glazier, dude, just because you used to be a boxing manager or whatever you are, do not tell me that you understand that you know how to apply the Muhammad Ali Act and how to interpret that. You know what I mean? Don't tell me that because it's not true. Okay? It's not true. I have an ex-friend of mine who's a radiologist, brother, and he will not talk for 1 second to me about anything related to how you read he knows, generally speaking, he can understand what somebody that is a dermatologist. Dermatologists, are they medical doctors? I think dermatologists, medical doctors. I don't know. They'll know what another specialist, a radiologist will know what a cardiologist is talking about. But they're not going to do the job of a cardiologist. They're going to get the X-rays, they're going to get the MRIs, they're going to tell the cardiologist what they see. And then the cardiologist is going to develop the plan of what they need to do about what the radiologist sees. Okay? Go look at what Bud posted. I saw what Bud posted. The fish thing? Is this Twitter? If he says this fight ain't done, bro. You're talking about that big fish fork thing? Yeah, you're talking about that fish fork thing with the shark on there. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Hey, y'all, hit the like, man. We got 600 people in the building. We don't have 600 likes. Aqua Bud. Yeah, I saw him in his skin sites. I thought it was kind of funny looking, honestly, bro. Somebody's over designing, man. You got some. Hey, I had an argument with my wife because she works out on his bike, right? So she was watching Queer Eye for a Straight Guy. And she was like, you need to watch this. She's like, because they're really good at designing and redesigning people. And I was like, baby, I don't need them dudes to dress me. No. I dress for what makes me feel comfortable, not for what people think about me. So I'm good with all of that, bro. Like I told my wife, I was like, nah, baby, if you leave me because I'm not, that shit, I don't like that. You know, hey man, you know what I'm saying? It's too sedity for me, man. You know what I'm saying? It's too sedity. Bud doing too much like Devin. Hey, yeah, look. Hey, it didn't look trash for nine. He looked nervous in the artwork. That's the picture that they chose, bro. That's the picture that they chose. You know what I'm saying? Bro, where Spence been fighting, everybody giving Errol, man, Giles. Hey, man, here's a link. I need Steven. Man, look, they didn't deny it. He didn't deny it. And by the way, I talked to somebody from Errol Spence Jr.'s camp about a week ago, and they said, hey, man, you know, OG, every time you call me OG, I'm thinking I'm talking to somebody the same age as me, and then you call me OG. I'm like, man, come on, man. Don't call me. I appreciate it, man. Just say Martin, man. Just say Fanon. Please don't call me OG. You know what I mean? But I appreciate it, bro. I'm at basketball games and young men are saying, yeah, thank you, sir. Man, I'm telling you, I appreciate some of these young men when they say, yes, sir. And they say, here you go, sir. It makes me feel good, man. It's like, man, this kid right there, when a young man says, yes, sir, I'm telling you, for all you young folk out there or people that got kids, teach people the power of the word, sir. No worries, Cal, cool it. I'm telling you, teach your sons the power of yes, sir. It is a powerful word. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If you're talking to a policeman, understand the disarming power of yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can I get your license? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm telling you, it is so powerful. It is so powerful. Now, old head, that's how y'all talk. That's how it took me a while because I'm giving you how I was raised, what world I'm from. This is the world that I'm from. Okay? This is the world that I'm from. In my world, a young man that says, yes, sir. Do you know what it feels like when I see a young white kid and a young white kid says to me, thank you, sir? Right there, I believe that kid is not racist because that man called me sir. And that young man called me sir. It warms your heart just a little bit. Just a little bit. When you call somebody out their name, it hardens them just a little bit. Words are magic. Words are magic. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And the important thing is, it's not because that's the word you use. You say it because that's the word that they receive. That's the word they receive. Yes, sir. When I talk to somebody in the military, I immediately say, thank you. I don't know what they did, but I know that they did something. Thank you, sir. Man, thank you, sir, for your service. Are you in the military? Thank you, sir. Because I don't know what you did, but I know you did. I know you put yourself at risk for something that was not yourself. So many lives can be saved in a practical sense by using the word sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, officer. Thank you, sir. Yes, officer. Even sir. I'm telling you, it is a sign of respect that you should teach your sons, that you should teach your daughters. You should teach them that. As quickly as you would teach them how to throw a punch. You should teach them to say, throw this. You slip it. How do you slip it? Say, yes, sir. How do you limit the chances of this officer pulling out a gun and shooting you on a conversation. Thank you, sir. I'm speed. Yes, sir. That ain't going to always work. But you better believe it's better than a fuck you. Any day of the week. It's better than a fuck you. Fuck you may not get you shot. But it may. Thank you may not keep you from getting shot. But it might. Better believe it. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Anyway, one of the proudest thing I am proud of how I'm raising my son. I am proud of myself for the way that I'm raising my son. I'm proud because I see him do something in my house and I say, hey, man, you can't do that. And I'm going to explain to you why you can't do that. As a man, I'm a man, you're a man. I'm telling you, you can't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. And he can choose whether or not to do it or not, but he'll get himself, yes, sir. And he'll hear other people doing it. He say, okay. I'm telling you. All you young men that are going to be fathers, teach them yes, sir, no, sir. And replace OG with yes, sir. Replace it. Because that is a terminology. First of all, you're calling them old. Old G. They know what that means. Original gangster. Old G. That's what that sounds like. Old G. He just called me old. It took me a while to get OG is respectful. OG. You're calling me old. It's negative. Playing the dozens with people and cracking insulting jokes. That's common in our culture. It's going to make somebody mad. But anyway, I'm done with that part of it. Like I said. Old guy. Anyway, I'm done with that. I'm not going to do any more of that. Not going to do it because, yes, I'm the old guy. I know I'm the old guy. I'm 54 years old. I know that I'm older than most of you. But guess what that means? It means I've made it further than most of you. Respect that. That's why I didn't appreciate what Devin Haney did yesterday. I'm telling you. I didn't appreciate. No, nowadays they call you uncle. I'll take uncle. That's affectionate. Hey, uncle. That's affectionate. Sir is more respectful, though. Muslim Maid in the building said, are my cash apps going through, sir? Yes, sir. $2 holler, brother. Thank you, man. I think every time, how do you feel about the word champ? Every single time, depends on who you're talking to. Hey, champ. If you're talking to me and I ain't a boxer, hey, what's going on, champ? That's cool. But anytime you talk to a boxer, you call him champ because that's respectful to them. Hey, champ. That's why I refuse to argue with boxers or debate like when a boxer says it, promoters are different. I'll listen to what they say, man. I'll argue with a promoter. A little bit. Not a lot, though. Not a lot. Just on areas where I feel comfortable doing it. Much love, Muslim Maid. Let me get this in. Thank you to everybody that supports in the chat. No joke, brother. Thank y'all so much for everybody that supports in the chat, man. And my guy, Sandman, said, now you and John Boy can stop calling Bud a duck. Much love in that cash app, bro. I'll stop calling him. First of all, I'll stop calling him a duck when the fight happens. Hey, now what are you going to do? Hey, Muslim Maid said, my cash app went to someone else with your pick. Hey, brother, please report it as fraud. And I don't have a picture up on there. Muslim Maid, I don't have a picture up on there. Please report him as fraud. As a matter of fact, everybody that can go, if you just go to that and you report it as fraud, they'll have 100 people on them reporting them for being fraud. Because I reported that person. If you see my picture on a Fanon INT, please go to that and report it as fraud. I would love if 100 people went and clicked that and reported it as fraud, because that is not me. If you see anything say, oh, I'll tell you what he said. He said, Bob Arum said you won that fight easy. And he said Bob's old ass was sleeping all night. Bob's old ass. You're muted. He said Bob's old ass is what he said. Bob's old ass. Man, you are talking to a 90-year-old man, bro. If you see anything other than the one that was in May of 2021, if you see anything other than the one that was established in 2021, please go to it. And as soon as you see it, report him for fraud. Report him for fraud. Yes, that's what he said. Bob's old ass. Bob is a 90-year-old man. Bob Arum gave you a chance, whether you like it or not, Mr. Haney. He gave you a chance to get the undisputed title of the world. Something you would not have had if that old-ass man had said, screw you. I don't want to deal with you. You would have never got it without him. So to call that man an old-ass man, a 90-year-old man, a 90-year-old man, what's wrong with you? That is so disrespectful. That is so disrespectful. No, old ass man, Fresh Baker. Old ass man. He didn't say old Bob Arum. He said old ass. Old ass. Old ass is what he said. Old ass. The disrespect and the truth. Your mama's butt ugly. I think your mother's butt ugly. That's true, isn't it? I think your mother's a prostitute. It's true that I think that your mother's a prostitute. You don't think that's disrespectful? Nah, Rick Timms, that's not right, bro. That's not right. That's not right. Nah, Rick, that's not right. That's not right, bro. You can say Bob Arum was asleep the entire fight. I ain't trying to hear him. That's not right. That shows that's right there. That is not necessary. Now, if you don't care about it, you don't care about it. That's fine. If my mother, who was in her 80s, was near Bill Devin Haney, and Devin said to my mother, get your old ass out my face, I would take a 2x4 and slap him dead in the fucking nose with it. Rick Timms, if your 85-year-old mother was right there and I said, man, your old ass is asleep, your old ass, what would you say, Rick Timms? Yes, I would. Yes, I would. You are fucking tripping if you don't think I would. You disrespect my mother, I don't care who you are like that, and I'm right there. Nah, bro, it's going to happen. And it's going to happen in a way where I'm going to win. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. My dog don't care. Let me tell you right now, my dog don't care. My dog don't care. If you come in my house and you start trying to attack me, my dog is most definitely going to jump on your throat and try to get it up off your body. I promise he don't care. He don't care if you got a knife in your pocket and he ain't about to sit back and be like, oh, I don't know. That dog is going to jump right out there at you. No joke. You do that to my mama, I'm jumping right out at you. If I'm there, maybe if you say it, you touch my mother. Nah, man, you are tripping about my mother. And I mean it. My brother can defend himself. My sister got a husband. My daughter got me. But my mama got me. Believe it. You know what I'm saying? It's hospital or the grave. One or the other. Believe it. And I'm telling my mama knows it, and my mama don't blink an eye when I tell her that's true. All she does is look at me like this. Yep. John Boy said, man, you disrespect my mom, you going right back to prison. Dog, I'm trying to tell you, if I'm around you and you disrespect something where I think you violated my mother, nah, man, you're tripping. You better hope there ain't a knife around. Because I promise you, it's going in you. You can box after that. You know what I'm saying? Box your way out of that cut. You know what I mean? No. You know what I'm saying? No. So anyway, back off that. That's what he said. I don't appreciate that, but whatever, man. That's what kids do. You know what I mean? I'm not saying Gervonta Davis is above doing that. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got no Scooby-Doo for a dog. Oh, would you like to see my dog? Oh, you're laughing. You ain't got no. I'll show you my dog. If you think you want to play, now my dog will let you in the house. He'll do all kind of nice stuff, sniff you, all of that stuff. If you think you playing with that dog, bro, I don't know what's going on with you two, brother. I don't know, Mr. Pragmatic. What you mean? Hey, Muslim Made. Oh, I got Muslim Made. Thank you, brother. And GM said, you got me laughing out loud in the office. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Nah, brother. You need to lead people. You need to respect. You don't have to, but I'm just telling you, man, it's not a good sign. It's not a good sign when you say something like that about old men. Come on, man. You know what I mean? Dude, especially when that's the goal. Like, that's the goal. You want to get old. Is there anybody in here that doesn't want to get old? He said it because he was caught on tape. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Anatolian Shepherd plus disrespects equals mauling. Nah, spade is not a spade, bro. A spade is a spade. That's fine. Go ahead. Go keep doing it, man. Yeah, and I'm gonna call spade and spade. That's your foul. He may be old, but what are you? He is old. What are you? He is old. So what? First of all, I fall asleep in Devin Haney fights. I'm 54. I fell asleep in a Devin Haney fight. You want to be honest with it? Bro, I took down a tweet because my response was, dog, I fall asleep in your fights. I'm 54 years old. I fall asleep in your fights. He ain't falling asleep because he old. He falling asleep because your ass boring. How about that? What if Bob Aaron turned around and said, man, I ain't falling asleep because I'm old. I fell asleep because you boring. How you like that? You going to say, well, facts is facts because it is. How about that? How about I fell asleep because you boring? How about that? Y'all like that one? Dude, let me tell you something. I have fallen asleep in Devin Haney fights like this. I have watched Devin Haney fights like this. Hey, mama, I'm going to come over tomorrow. Can you make them crab cake? Can you make them Can you make some croquettes, Sam croquettes for me? Please? Yeah, she don't like to make Sam croquettes. Will you please? That's how I've been watching many Devin Haney fights. What? What you think that Negro's Deontay Wilder? Deontay Wilder, I watch Deontay Wilder fights like this. That's a Deontay Wilder fight. This is a Devin Haney fight. Man, that punch didn't land, man. Man, what Tim Bradley talking about, man? God dog, that punch didn't even land. Jesus. Hey, Muslim Made, man. My man Muslim Made supported the channel. We all better be ready to die for our moms. That's right, up, bro. No doubt about it, man. Hold on, man. Hold on, Muslim Made. Let me type a 30-word letter answer to your question in the middle of this round. Hey, what round is it? Muslim Made in the Cash App, bro. Now let me ask you a question. Is that disrespectful? Thank you, brother. Let me ask you a question. Is that disrespectful? You Devin Haney fans call me disrespectful all the time for disrespecting Devin Haney by saying, hey, man, he's not that exciting. It's the truth, but it's disrespectful. But you don't think calling a 90-plus-year-old man an old-ass man, and by the way, lying about it. What? Man, I watched that fight. Devin Haney in the middle of them rounds were looking dead in Bill Haney's face. First of all, he lying. Because Devin Haney was looking right in Bill Haney's face the entire time because he wasn't bored in that fight doing this. When did you see Devin Haney doing this in the ring, in the corner? When did you see him doing this? Never. You saw that man's face dead forward in Bill Haney's face trying to figure out how to keep Vasily Lomachenko from punching him in the mouth. Wasn't he? Wasn't he? Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. You know what he was doing? He was having somebody rub that little metal thing on his face, trying to get his eyes from swelling. That's what I saw every time. I saw that man jump right on out there, put a metal thing in his face, and do this. Right with that metal thing. Every time. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me you did not see. Tell me you did not see somebody grab whatever that inswell is in every round doing this to his face. When did he have time to turn around and go look for Bob Arum? When? All he did was insult the man. That's it. That man didn't tell the truth, and that man didn't, and that's it. Inswell, thank you. That man was with that man. That man had whoever that man's name is right on his face the entire round, like this, working them eyes, working them eyes. You think he was doing this? Nah, bro. No, he was not. He wasn't over there looking about, man, please. Anyway, man. Hey, GM in the building. Thank you, GM. He said, hey, he's trying to look in the crowd like T.O. Shake my head. Yeah, man, but whatever, man. Like I said, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that, bro. I don't want to talk about that, man. I'm gonna let a caller on or two. Somebody got something to say to me. Hey, Caleb Brooks said, Fanon, do you think the winner of Spence and Bud is the biggest fighter in boxing trying to change the combo off Dev? Do I think they're the biggest fighter in boxing? I don't know. I think this is the best fight in boxing. Man, look, man, that's on Devin Haney, grown-ass man, bro. Devin Haney's a grown man. I ain't worried about what his daddy say. He a grown man. I'll keep acting like 24 years old. You're not a grown-ass man. He's only 24. He's a grown-ass man at 24 years old. God, dog. When do you grow up? When are you an adult? You can vote at 21. You have been an adult for 6 years. That is a grown man. That man has been a professional boxer for 8 years. And y'all acting like the man literally just got a high school graduation. Man, stop. The winner will be the best fighter in the world, Errol Spence Jr. I think the winner already, look, first of all, I don't know. It depends. It depends, man. It really depends. They said, isn't Haney married? No, he ain't. Who, Devin Haney? No, Devin Haney ain't married. Ain't married, no kids. And I don't think you're going to see a change in that at all. I would put a bet that kid don't get married. I'll make a wager that he don't get married. I'll make a wager that he don't get married. I'd make a wager on that. But no, he's not married. No, he doesn't have a kid. I would make a wager that he may have kids, but I don't see him getting married. Don't see it. He married a prostitute for not. He already got married. Is he married? He married that girl? Okay, I lose my money. Take my money, whoever bet me. Adonis KM, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Fanon?
Man, I'm good, brother. How are you, man?
Bless. But it's Adonis. I'm from Texas, and I was chiming in on that face of boxing, or like the winner of Errol and Bud. Will they be the face? I don't know. Right now, I got it as Tank, Canelo, Fury, Errol, and I'm an Errol fan. But his inactivity has been sliding down. You know, his stock been sliding. So with this fight, winner of this fight though, with Canelo being inactive after Canelo putting up that horrible performance, if Errol can get this win, I think it jumps him to second. And depending on how Tank after the house arrest, if he can get a fight with Devin or Shakur, he'll still be in first, and it'll be Errol. So it's a balance out of them two after this fight.
That's fair. I just don't really know how you well, first of all, and it definitely ain't Fury. You can throw Fury off that list. Because Fury is not, he's a British fighter, and they put a lot of stuff out in the newspaper about him, whatever. But Tyson Fury is not somebody that, like, I think there's a lot more hype and a lot more like people are trying to pitch him as the great, but it's just not working for me. But yeah, I'm not big on that Fury. I don't think Fury, honestly, I still don't think Fury's any bigger than Anthony Joshua, even though Anthony Joshua, Anthony Joshua lost, he fell off. But I still don't think Tyson Fury's any bigger than Anthony Joshua is. And I
agree, and that's because we watch boxing, we really diagnose boxing. But from here in Texas, from my perspective, with the casuals here in Texas, that don't know too much about boxing. They know the heavyweight division. Me, the welterweight division and the lightweight division is the prized divisions right now, in my opinion. But most people that's casual still think of the heavyweight division. And everybody like knockouts, so they got Canelo, and then they like heavyweights, and Fury just obliterated Wilder in his last spectacular performance, So as far as the casuals, in my opinion, that's why I got them on the list. Tank, Canelo, Fury, and Errol. And Errol can go on and, put Fury definitely off the list, because I wouldn't have him on the list, me personally, but I am taking to the fact of casual opinions matter.
Let me give you an objective measure that I know of.
Yes, sir.
I have a YouTube channel. And so I put up videos every day on a variety of subjects in boxing. And you can, depending on, there are certain fighters that push a lot of interest on YouTube, because YouTube is the number one place that boxing fans, casuals and non-casuals, consume boxing content other than the fights themselves. So you have channels that will be talking about like Jake Paul and those KSI, that type of, influencer type of boxing.
And I forgot about them. They gonna
hold on, man. Let me finish, brother.
Yes, sir.
You have those. Thank you, sir. And so you have those type of conversations, right? But they're not really boxers. They are boxing, but they are not really boxers. And that, I think, in my personal opinion, I see you, Mac INT said, "Hey, thank you, go. Oh, Tank the GOAT right now. Earl about to give Crawford the beats. Thank you, brother, man. Thank you for that. Thank you for that support on that Venmo, bro. Thank you, man. And before that, my guy, what's today? Wednesday. Mr. Cersei said, "Hey, make sure they follow you on Twitter. Love corresponding for the community. Hey, y'all, make sure y'all follow me on Twitter. If you got a Twitter page, man, please, because I want to talk to my subscribers on Twitter. Right now, I talk to a bunch of cats. They're like, there's a bunch of troll conversations over there. Please follow me on Twitter. That's not just a look. Please, if you got a Twitter page, go find me on Twitter and chop it up with me on Twitter. Because I love talking to people on Twitter, but I really don't like Twitter. Mac IT said again, had to support 100. Finally, we get the fight we wanted off the rip. I'm so excited. This is the best year of boxing in the new era. Yeah, it is a great year, no doubt. Especially if they make Wilder Joshua. We're one fight away from that. And of course, if it happens, this happening twice. Mac INT again said, Tank the GOAT right now. Errol about to give Crawford. What's going on? Just chilling. I see you there. About to give Crawford the beat down. Yes, sir. Thank you for your support, bro. Thank you for that information, man. And thank all y'all for supporting, man. Hey, Marcus E, follow back. Yeah, if you follow me, I'll follow you back. I'll do that. But the reason why I didn't do the follow back stuff is because I didn't want to act. I don't know, man. I don't know Twitter culture very well. But yeah, Marcus E. Yeah, man. Send me a note and tell me if you see me on Twitter and you followed me. Just tell me, hey, man, Fanon, this is me from YouTube. Follow me back, and I'll definitely do that. I'll follow you back for sure, and I'll chop it up because I definitely enjoy that conversation throughout the day. I'm sorry to cut that off, man. I had to get to those things.
Yes, sir. I'll follow you on Twitter too. Same name, Adonis K3.
Okay, for sure. If you follow me, send a note and just say, hey, follow back. And then when I see that, dude, for sure, I'm gonna follow you back, bro. No doubt about it. I'm gonna follow you back. To anybody and everybody does that, I'll follow you back.
But you was on the topic of the YouTube and KSI and Jake Paul being the influence of
yeah. So I brought that up to just sit them to the side.
Okay.
As far as the YouTube conversations that are going on with boxing. So there's a lot of that talk that goes on. But as far as like the boxing, professional boxing, I'm not talking about basically, let's not say influencer. Let's just call them, they're not amateurs either. Basically, they're just exhibition boxing. So besides the celebrity, there you go. The celebrity exhibition fights that are going on, because that's, I think, they're celebrities. So celebrity exhibition stuff. The fighters that really drive interest in conversations are whenever there's not a fight or when there is, it goes up and down depending on when there's fights. But the biggest ones are Gervonta Davis, Errol Spence Jr., Terence Crawford. I think fair to say like Teofimo Lopez. Guys, all that stuff that's going on in the lightweight division, like Rolly Romero. Rolly Romero drives a lot of traffic. Canelo Alvarez drives a significant amount of traffic, depending on what is going on. Wilder and Fury really does not drive much traffic at all. Now, that's in the United States, but you also have an entirely different group of people in the UK where people drive the traffic over there in the UK. And there you've got a lot of conversations going on about Katie Taylor. You have conversations going on about when the different matchroom fighters and things like that. So the way that I say, Fanon trying hard not to see, this is the thing, frequent flyer. I didn't think about Devin Haney. Devin Haney drives some traffic, but it's always in association with somebody else.
Can I chime in on that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
For years, most everybody around here likes Tank because he was with Floyd, Whoop the Whoop. They casuals, they didn't know much. They know Floyd. And then who's the next prodigy? Well, the questions was who's the next Floyd with Terence and a whole bunch of other boxers. But Tank actually was pushed by Floyd. So a lot of his fans started following Tank. And there was a time where I was like, well, the only person that can really give competition is Devin. You know, Shakur wasn't in the division yet. He's still like at 126. And people didn't know who Devin is. And just like I not promote, but I'm just saying, like, on my story, I'm going to post like, hey, such and such fighting this weekend. We haven't watched party, boot the whoop. People don't know who Devin is. They don't know he in Tank division. They don't know he's the undisputed champion. They don't know these things. And I'm speaking from the casuals. You were chiming in on the social media. But like the numbers for the Ryan Garcia and the Tank, those numbers will increase because the casuals that don't keep up with the social medias, like you can just walk on the street and talk to them. I travel work. I've worked in New York, North Carolina, Kentucky. And if you talk to a person that don't know much about social medias and who's that in the face, the casual is going to say Canelo, Fury. Errol is not being mentioned. Wilder is not being mentioned because he got smashed by Fury. Canelo and Fury. But on my list, of course, I got Tank, Errol, Wilder. And as you were saying?
Oh, look, man, I'm just telling you based off the numbers and what I see.
Yes, sir.
That it get back to the original one. Then I gotta push off. Errol Spence Jr.'s numbers are always terrific when he fights.
Mm-hmm.
They're always terrific when they fight. And if you look at what he's doing, as far as what he's doing when he fights, he's selling out. He sells out. He's one of the I think him and Canelo are the only two cats in boxing that can sell out a football stadium, that have sold out a football stadium. I think Gervonta Davis most definitely can sell out a football stadium, but he's the only one those are the only two guys that do over there in Dallas. But whoever you guys think the face of boxing is, that's I mean, you know, that's, like I said, it's subjective. You really can't argue about it. But Tyson Fury, I firmly disagree with Tyson Fury, because people say they know who Tyson Fury is because Tyson Fury had a big fight. But Canelo Alvarez, if you ask people if they know who Manny Pacquiao is, they'll say they know Manny Pacquiao. That doesn't mean Manny Pacquiao is the face of boxing. You can walk around and ask anybody, do you know who Manny Pacquiao is?
Yeah, facts.
They're not going to say, oh, yeah, Manny Pacquiao is the face of boxing. You ask anybody who Floyd Mayweather Jr. is, everybody knows who Floyd is. Does that mean currently he's the face of boxing? You know, that's so you could say, and there's an argument to say yes to that. Yeah. If everybody, when they think about boxing, thinks about Floyd, then it is what it is. But as far as with this fight with Errol Spence and Terence Crawford, if I had to guess, I think it's going to sell more than the Ryan Garcia fight and Gervonta Davis. And I think and I'm positive the gate is going to be bigger. I'm positive. And the reason that I say that is because the prices for those fights just got set by Gervonta and Ryan. So if you can't get $1,000, if you can't get a nosebleed for $1,000, you're not going to get $1,000 a seat in that stadium for less than what the lowest price was for Gervonta. You're looking at a 25, 20, you're looking at a 25, 22, 23, 24, $25 million gate, and you may get a bigger gate than that. As far as the pay-per-views, I absolutely believe it's going to do 1 million pay-per-views, over 1 million pay-per-views. Before, people were saying it couldn't do 1 million pay-per-views because they hadn't seen 1 million pay-per-views. Now you got people that were all amped up, and all these guys came out and watched that fight with Gervonta. The only difference is Ryan Garcia. But I don't believe that the people that actually going to pay that amount of money do not know about this fight. I think this is going to bring out every white boxing fan that there is. I think that has the money to bring it in to pay for the fight. Every Mexican person that considers themselves a boxing fan that has the financial ability to buy that pay-per-view, I think they're going to do it. Every one of those fan bases, they all know about the fight. They all know who the fighters are. So the subjective conversation about who it is that is the pound for pound is one thing. But whether or not this is a $100 million fight, a $150 million fight, I don't think there's a doubt. And I also don't think that those guarantees that Tank got, that the guaranteed money that Terence Crawford got and Errol Spence Jr. got, or would receive, I don't think they're worth the paper they're printed in. because they're both going to make way more than that. And so they could have guaranteed them $15 million each. Because I don't think that fight right now is as big a gamble as anybody thought it was, because of what Gervonta Davis and Ryan Garcia proved could be the case. But I got to let you go, brother. I appreciate you, man.
All right.
One
last thing.
I got to let you go, bro. I really got to go. Come back again, man. But go ahead and say what you're going to say. But I can't continue a longer conversation because I got just
I was going to chime in. I agree with you on the gate. And last summer or last winter, I would agree that it did 1 million pay-per-views last year. But now I feel like it didn't die down. And hopefully it does go over 1 million pay-per-views, because that'd be good for boxing. But with it dying down, I don't see it going over 1 million. But they're just opinionated, and we'll just have to see.
For sure. All right, brother. Thank you, man. Appreciate you for coming on.
Appreciate your time.
All right, man. Just chilling in the building. Hold on one second, man, because I got somebody supporting the channel. Thank you so much. Ari in the building. Or actually, it's two. No, Coach Ari's sister. Thank you, sister. Said, Bomb Squad all day.
So now, can you hear me?
I can't. Hold on one second. Just chilling. I got you. Yes, sir. Hold on one second. Just chilling. And Brock Howard said, heading to a progress meeting. Thank you, bro. All right, what's going on? Just chilling.
Man, nothing too much, man. Top of the morning to you.
Top of the morning to you, bro.
Man, top of the morning to the chat as well. Just wanted to chime in on this whole Bud Crawford, Errol Spence situation, man. Definitely well needed, man, for the sport of boxing for sure. Not a big fan of any boxers. Definitely a big fan of the sport for sure. Couple shows back of yours, I was talking about the UFC, but like you said, it's like the way how things flow over there. But I still love the sport of boxing.
Yes, sir.
Other than which, man, I definitely like Bud to win that fight. To win his fight coming up, I'm still waiting patient. Not too sure if it is indeed going to happen. We've been seeing a whole lot of dates after dates as dates has come and time has passed. But and I'm just hoping that it's going to be something crazy. I know it's going to be something big. It was something else that I wanted to touch on, man. In reference to the Haney fight, I definitely watched it with no sound. And in the beginning, I thought Loma was winning the fight, man. But I watched it with no sound, and I want to say I want to deem it as a draw. They definitely should fight again, man. I don't think that Devin want that work though, for sure. That's just my opinion. What else? It was something else I wanted to touch on. Definitely keep doing what you're doing. Oh, I also wanted to touch on that. You were saying something in reference to frauds and Cash App and so on and so forth. So
yeah,
I have been trying to reach out to you and send some blessings your way via Cash App. I know being in YouTube jail sucks. I've not ever experienced that, but I know it's got to suck for all the fans and for you as well. But when I look up Fanon, money sign Fanon INT, it comes up money sign Fanon INT #1, and it brings up a compass as the photo. So I didn't send the money, and what I did was I put in a chat to send me a request. So if you requested it, maybe I can get to you a lot easier. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My Cash App is money sign Wayne's Auto Repair, spelled just the way it sounds.
Okay, well, do me a favor, man. If you and I appreciate you asking about how to support. Anytime that you do it, if you can you see the link that I posted? And I'm gonna figure out how to put the little scan thing on too. But
I saw the link. I mean to cut you off, sir, but I definitely saw the link.
Yeah, that link is gonna take you right to mine.
So when I hit that link and chime in, it still brings up. It doesn't highlight the pay tag for me to be able to pay you. It brings, if I put anything else in there like a space or a 1, it'll pop up that compass name. So definitely might want to send them an email, man, to see if that's a real page or if that's taking the fruits of your labor from people trying to think that they sending money to you.
Yeah, man. Man, it's just, it's somebody, I guess, kind of, if you could just put them as fraud, A lot of cats are finding me, but if you find this, how about this? Just chilling. If you see it, it was found in 2021.
Okay.
If you see anything that says that it is founded anything before anything after 2021, then it's not me. It's 2021. So, but I'll try to keep working it out. I don't know how. I don't know why. I'll maybe call them or something to see why these and let know somebody's doing that. But if you report it as fraud and just it says 2021 on there.
No, I appreciate the reassurance, man.
Yeah, I appreciate.
One thing I wanted to hit on though,
Yes,
I'm not sure if you saw this interview. Lamont Peterson had put up an interview, and it was pretty humbling, man, in reference to him, booking fights and people booking him for fights, but the fights not going into fruition. Basically training and working hard and so on and so forth, and things not happening. What do you think about that? What's your touch on that?
Lamont Peterson?
Not necessarily Lamont Peterson, just fighters going in and training and as if they getting ready to have a fight, getting prepared for one, being booked, and oh nah, man, your opponent backed out or blah blah blah. What's your opinion on that?
I mean, it's just unfortunate. It's part of the deal, man. It's just part of the job,
Yeah.
It's just part of the job. I think it's a part of the risk that I think it's a part as an individual businessman. That's the risk that you have, where you go into business and somebody says they're going to cut you a deal, they're going to work with you, and they back out. That happens a lot of times. That happens to people that are selling cars. That happens to people that are doing, that's just a risk. You know what I mean? Like you can have a company that you're doing business with, and all of a sudden they change their rules. They don't want to do business with you. I think that again, like I said earlier, business is business, and the same things apply everywhere. If you were somebody that had a trucking company, and somebody you feel like, okay, yeah, they're about to give me this job, and then they call you the morning of and be like, hey man, we don't need that anymore. Sorry about that. You know what I mean? It's just, I think what that does is means that you just have to the extent you can, you got a plan B, you got to figure out what you got to do. And if you feel like you're really at risk of that, or that is happening on a regular basis, you got to find another source of income. And you just got to be able to say, okay, well, my number one goal is to take care of myself. My number one goal is to take care of my family, or whatever it is. But if you keep running into that, you've got to get yourself some insurance for yourself. And, and that's just what it is. And also, when you do get that money, if it's big enough, then you got to make sure that you prepare for that rainy day, and you keep that nest egg there of like 6 months of worth of bills, right? So even there, like if you're saying, okay, I'm going to train, this is backing out, you may say after, look, what I got to do for the next 6 months is I got to get this job doing this. And while I'm doing it, I'm going to build up a lot of money. So that I can afford to train for this fight. And if they pull out, at least I still got my money right here where I can cover my bills and I don't put myself so much at risk. So I think for anybody in that particular situation, I would say that life planning is very, very important, right? And then you may want to try to find yourself. That's why, like when people ask me, is signing with Bob Arum a bad thing? Well, really, it's not in that situation, because Bob Arum can afford to cover you for a amount of time in case certain fights happen, certain kind of fights don't happen, right?
Yep.
So it's just,
you're right about that, sir. Everything has its own ups and downs.
Yeah, and professional tennis players, the same thing for professional tennis players. Boxers are not alone. Like there's a lot of people that really want to be professional tennis players, but in that particular instance, you don't earn unless you win. So like if you get into a tournament, your prize money in that tournament is dependent on how many people you beat. So they may get, if they can get to the semifinals, they get $1 million. Boom, they can afford that whole next year to know that they can go to these tournaments and afford to lose a couple first round deals. But if I forget what the local tour is, but if you are on that lower level tour, you got to be able to win to do it. So
it's definitely a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
Shout out to DC Dre also in the chat, man. You're definitely 100% right. It was Anthony Peterson, not Lamont Peterson. I'm also from DC, born and raised myself, man. So shout out to DC Dre. Another thing I wanted to hit on, man, was the the next fight for Devin Haney, man, who do you think that should be? I mean, my personal opinion, I think it should be Shakur Stevenson, man, but them belts would definitely be gone. You know, no question about it, especially if it's at 135. What's your hit on that?
My thing, next fight I think he should have is Vasily Lomachenko.
A rematch.
Yeah, because he didn't win the fight convincingly. And
This
was
the first fight. This was indeed. I mean to cut you off, and my bad. But this was the first fight that I wasn't going to sleep on.
Yeah. No
doubt. This is the first fight for him in a while I wasn't going to sleep on.
Yeah, for me, I think that the best fight for him and the best fight for boxing for him is a rematch with Vasily Lomachenko. Because people
at 35.
Yeah, absolutely. Because what he said going into the fight is, this is the fight where people are going to give me my respect. I'm going to prove this. I'm going to prove that. And he didn't prove it. He won the fight, but he didn't prove that he was the best in the division, in my eyes.
I wish he would have hung in that ring a little longer after the fight was over with, man, just to go back and forth with Shakur a little bit, just to see what that would show. You know what I mean? He just seemed like if he ain't had no more fight, no more win to go to even let me get out of here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. It didn't look good with the Shakur thing. If he had beaten Lomachenko, where everybody's like, yeah, he won the fight, and they say the excuses were this. And people are like, the only reason he dominated Lomachenko was because Lomachenko was old. If we were having that conversation, I would say fight Shakur next, right? Because Shakur is right there in the ring, asking for the fight. He's the number one. He's going to be the number one guy in the WBC and the WBO. Tank is not the number one in your divisions. Shakur is. And plus, I think that Shakur is somebody where I think it'd be a really good fight. So I would say Shakur, or if he decided to take if he could get the Gervonta Davis, because that's a different scenario. Can you get the Gervonta Davis fight? You know what I mean? If he could get the Gervonta Davis fight, I wouldn't have a problem with the Gervonta Davis fight either. But the fact that he did not dominate and convincingly beat Vasily Lomachenko.
Yeah.
And basically it was a scenario where the tie goes to the champion.
Facts, especially with him being the champion. Man. Them judges, man, that 116, 112 was off the rip the scale, man. That was unbelievable. I don't know how he saw that, but that's the championship, man, pulled that weight. And to piggyback on the last caller, man, he called that out with Canelo. I mean, I've been watching Canelo for years, man. Canelo's definitely taking a step back, man. His knees is no longer carrying him through them later rounds. You know what I mean? And that's the same thing that seemed to have happened or to occur for the last Teofimo and Haney fight for Loma. No excuses. I mean, I think Teofimo knew that he was going to attack right, so he's chimed in with the right uppercut, which caught him initially, but man, it was just tough to see him get beat up like that, or to see it get judged like that. I mean, depending on what pair of shoes you wanted to put on that day, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, man.
What's your feelings on Adrian Broner, and if you think he's serious with coming into this next fight, and if he's going to be serious in the 140, like to be a contender at 140?
I don't know, man. Honestly, I don't know. I think that this is a good fight for him though, because it's easy. He needs an easy fight.
He's gonna be nasty at 140 if he's serious.
Say that again.
He will be nasty at 140 if he's taking this serious.
Yeah, if he's serious. But for me, it's just an easy fight for him that he needs to get in the ring, to stay active, make a little money, and entertain. As a guy that he can do what he wants to do against. He ain't got to worry about somebody from the Dominican Republic that ain't nobody heard of that's a killer. Throwing him off his square. That's kind of what I think. Hey, but I appreciate you just chilling.
No question, man. I'll get up off here.
All right, no worries, man. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. Yeah, man. It's unfortunate, man. I mean, thank you for mentioning the Cash App thing, but just talking about it too much, I think it discourages people from supporting the channel. And it's really, that's how people attack the channel. Having that out there is definitely just a way to discourage people from donating to the channel and supporting the channel. So people keep asking me about that Cash App thing. Hey man, if you have a problem with the Cash App, just send me a note to me, because there's a lot of people that are not having those problems, But those conversations really just discourage people from doing it. So basically, you're just doubling up on the people that are trying to hurt my channel. You know what I mean? It's it's just not, it's jacked up, but it is what it is. It's going to be that way for a month or so. But it is what it is, man. I appreciate you guys letting me know. But like I said, hit that link, and just report it. If something happens, if you do not see 2021 on there, it's not true. But ever since you guys started mentioning that, pretty much nobody's supporting. And that's what they're trying to accomplish. And so you're doubling it up on me. You know what I mean? Even though you're trying to help me, you're really doubling it up on me. And I just got to just be honest with that, because there's a lot of people that they're not having that problem. But if you get that problem, it's just unfortunate, man. That's what cats try to do to you, man. When you're out here when you tell the truth, these cats, that's what they want to do. Again, anyway, my guy said Muslim Mez that said the link works. Thank you very much, bro. Yeah, man. I just want to stop talking about it, bro. It's depressing me. Let's get back on boxing, man. Let's get back. I get the QR scan, please. But that link should work, man. Also, John Boy said, "Hey, you be good, bro." Yes, sir, man. Yes, sir, man. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Because we having prolonged conversations about Cash App in the live stream. It's just bad. It's just bad all the way around, bro. Just jump on and leave me a private chat if you wouldn't mind. Anyway, harder, bigger, not faster. Shakur Stevenson, better timing. I think Shakur's just going to beat him, man. Cal L in the building said, link works. Thank you, brother. Link works. Hey, man, I'm asking you, frequent flyer, to please stop bringing it up. We've got everybody please stop bringing it up. Stop advising me about it. Please stop. There's a link right there, bro. Everybody that hit that link said that link works. If that link does not work for you, then don't do it. But that link right there is directly linked to it. Please just do that for today. And please stop asking me about it. I'm trying to be as polite as I can be, man. I want to be in a good mood. It's already tough enough in the situation that it is. You're not helping me by continually to bring it up, bro. If it doesn't work for you, thank you very much. There's Venmo. If you want to support, that's great. If it doesn't work, just be like, hey, it is what it is. Thank you, Cal Cooler. I appreciate you, brother. And I do appreciate the help, bro. Thank you. Wilbur Rogers said they also know Devin can't beat Shakur either. Look, man, I don't know what'll happen with Devin. I don't want to talk about him. I don't want to talk about Devin. Devin Haney is not if that fight is over, he did not beat that dude convincingly, bro. I just rematch Lomachenko. And I want to talk about Devin Haney when Devin Haney's next fight comes up. This fight is over. He beat Vasily Lomachenko. Good. He won that fight. Good. Other than that, I'd like to talk about fights that are going to happen next. I get tired of this Devin Haney stuff because honestly, it's just a bunch of, yeah, Devin won the fight. I'm throwing you bots out. Matchbox Entertainment, you're getting out. So get out. Okay? I'm going to start being unpleasant in a second. I don't want to talk about him anymore. We got a fight coming up, hopefully between Errol, Spence, and Terence Crawford. What you guys have been doing for years is ball hogging other people's time with your stuff. Okay? I don't care. All I know is this. Hey, resistance is futile with you about Haney Fanon. I mean, look, dude, I just don't look. What you want me to tell you? He didn't impress me. Most people thought he lost the fight. He needs to run it back. But when I say he needs to run it back, and I'm not talking about my guy that just came on, shout out to you, bro. Y'all come up with reasons why he shouldn't run it back. When I say he should fight Shakur Stevenson, you come up with reasons why he shouldn't fight Shakur Stevenson. Like, you tell, so I mean, what else there is there? Fanon, you're right. Devin gives me a headache. So, like, what else is there? You guys got to, you shift the standard for Devin Haney no matter what. No matter what. The standard is always different for him. Always. Always. Vasily Lomachenko, you wanted Vasily Lomachenko off the pound for pound list. He takes him off the pound-for-pound list. Now you want him back on the pound-for-pound list. Lomachenko gets taken off the pound-for-pound list because he wins but has a poor performance. A performance where people think he lost the fight against Victor Ortiz, whatever his name is, Jermaine Ortiz. Then Devin has the same thing, and I say, well, okay, then somebody takes him off the pound-for-pound list because he had what they consider to be a subpar performance against Lomachenko, and you got a problem with that. Jermaine Ortiz, thank you. I mean, look, dude, I can't continue to talk to you if you're going to move the goalpost no matter what. You got people telling me, I just saw posted that they invented the franchise belt just so Lomachenko could conduct Devin. What are you talking about? The Canelo had the franchise belt before Vasily Lomachenko did. They didn't invent the franchise belt so that he could save for. They're not inventing belts to get out of the way of Devin. Like, what are you talking about? Stop overselling the dude, man. You ain't doing nothing different than what you guys what they were doing for Lomachenko, which is, again, what I said in the beginning. This eye for an eye, tooth for the tooth crap is getting on my nerves. Gets on my nerves. You make it impossible to support the guy for people that really think he's a good fighter and just want to say, hey, man, I think this guy is good. But guess what? This guy is good too. You cannot tell me that Gervonta Davis has to fight Devin Haney if Devin Haney don't have to give Lomachenko a rematch. On the idea that, well, Lomachenko wouldn't give him a rematch if he lost. Well, Devin Haney wouldn't give Gervonta Davis a fight if Devin Haney was the cash cow. I can say the same thing that you're saying. And that's what I'm telling you. You all say things that if I take exactly what you say, I'm not talking about guessing about what people think. I'm talking about the words that came out your mouth. I can take the words that came out your mouth and apply it to a different situation, and you're not going to like it. If Devin Haney had lost that fight, and if he had lost, first of all, it is my belief that if Devin Haney had lost that fight, 116, 116, 112, and 115, 113, 115, 113. Man, shut your dumb ass up, Basic Truth. Or click the link. You mind reading, bro. Get out of my life. Get out of my life. Yeah, you're right. They made it up for Canelo, but they got it to run from Devin. Man, Devin Haney, man, are you kidding me? Did you not see that Lomachenko just popped that boy's head back like this? Yig it. What in the world does Lomachenko got to be scared of Devin Haney for? Devin Haney barely beat him. He barely beat him. Devin Haney's not no killer, okay? Sorry to break it to you. That man ain't no killer. He ain't no killer. He ain't no killer. He ain't no goddamn, that man ain't no, what's his name? That man ain't no Clubber Lang. That man ain't no Deontay Wilder. Were you trying to escape a concussion? You trying to escape 12 rounds. And you talking about Lomachenko pity-patting. Every punch Devin throws is a pity-pat. He can throw full-fledged, all with his might, and it's still a pity-pat. What are you talking about? He don't knock down or drop nobody. Man, stop it. That man ain't scared. Lomachenko ain't scared of that man. He ain't got no reason. That man did not get ran out that ring, embarrassed, beat down, dominated by Devin Haney, and you can't tell me that he did because I saw the fight. All you can tell me is that you think Devin won because he's the champion, and you got to give close rounds to the champion. That's all you can say, which means what? That if Devin Haney had fought Lomachenko as the challenger, you would have lost, according to you. Now, let me repeat this. If you say, this is why I'm telling y'all need to shut your mouth and keep your win. If you tell me that Devin Haney won that fight because you got to take the belts from the champion, then if Lomachenko was the champion and given Devin that shot, Devin Haney would have lost. He would have lost. So stop talking about how great he is. You all make terrible arguments that are irritating. You make terrible arguments that are irritating. I want to be a fan of Devin Haney, bro. You make it hard to do so. Because he can lie right in your face. He can fart right in your face and you call it a perfume. If it's a draw, you need a rematch. If it's a close fight that he got because he was the champion, if he wasn't the champion and Lomachenko was, that means he would have lost. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What about that? Leave me alone with this Devin Haney shit. Leave me alone with it. I do not have to be a fan of his. I don't have to be. I don't have to support him. I don't have to. If I want to, I will. If I don't want to, I will not. You do not have to tell me that Devin Haney is perfect. Will you please admit to some degree, that people that do not worship him may have a reason for it? You are every bit as bad as Vasily Lomachenko fans. When they were talking about he was better than Ali, you all are every bit as bad as that. Every bit as bad. Y'all got me praying for Terence Crawford fans. God dang, please, 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 please bring me some Terence Crawford fans. Please. Please, can I have some Anthony Joshua fans? Please let Anthony Joshua become undisputed so I can talk about Anthony Joshua and not talk about how Devin Haney barely wins a fight. That makes him God. Jamal in the building. Work, Fanon. Thank you, brother. Telling me why, no rematch. Why no rematch? Because Lomachenko wouldn't have gave him one. Dog, I think Lomachenko won the fight. Why? Why not? Well, you know he's the champion, so you got to give the. First of all, it's not true that you got to give rounds to the champion. That's a lie. You do not have to give rounds to a champion. You don't. If somebody won the round, they won the round. You don't sit there and say, well, you know what? He's the champion, so you got to give him that round because nobody won it. Where is that written down on anybody's scoring criteria? If you're going to score it round by round. Well, you know you got to knock out the champion to get, you got to knock down the champion to get a round. You got to knock down the champion to get a round. Because if it's a close round, the round goes to the champion. Where do you get that? Bro, I score him 10-10, dog. I don't care. Where I do it is my business. You give a swing round to whoever the hell you want to give a swing round to. I could care less. Let me repeat. I am not here criticizing people that think Devin Haney won a fight. I'm telling you, I'm sick of you selling him to me. I'm sick of you overselling him to me. Because you're not being honest about squat. If I tell you, oh, who do I think he wins the fight? Oh, he should fight Lomachenko again. Why? Because he really didn't beat him. He barely got the win. The only reason he got the win is because he's the champion. That's it. And even that's not a rule anywhere. Anyway, Work for 9. Thank you, brother. Man, I'm telling you, man, y'all making me, man. Y'all make it tough, bro. John said, cheer up, old friend. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, John Bowie, in the Cash App, bro. Thank you. Like, I ain't lying, bro. That shit was like, I appreciate you doing it, but you working with them when you tell people don't trust the Cash App. Don't trust this. Like, come on, man. Please don't do me like that, man. You don't even know you're hurting me, but you're hurting me. WT in the building said, Brent Franklin in the building. Thank you, bro. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate them, Brent. That Ben Franklin, Ben Frank Jr. Thank you, bro. I'm sorry. My man, Ben Frank Jr. Thank you, brother. And you got me yelling. Carl in the building, my guy in the building said, appreciate the content and wisdom, brother. Thank you very much, bro. That means a ton. Thank you, man. In that Cash App. Thank you. Knuckle Up said, Fanon, how do you score the fight? I scored the fight as in my business. It's like how I scored the fight in this particular instance is like who I voted for president. I thought, personally, the first half of the fight, rounds could have went either way. I think the second half of the fight, I think Devin might have won the 12th after the 7th round. I think Devin Haney might have won I think Devin Haney may have won the 12th. And let me tell you why I say Devin may have won the 12th. So I can appease you before you start crying to me or somebody starts crying to me about me saying I think Lomachenko won the 12th or I thought it was a swing round. Bro, I'm not interested in doing that. The conversation is what should he do next? I already said it. All right. Now, if he's not going to fight Lomachenko and give him a rematch, to me, he's ducking. If Lomachenko calls for a rematch and he doesn't take it, he's ducking. Period. If he doesn't fight, if he stays at 135 and he doesn't fight Shakur Stevenson and he doesn't fight Lomachenko, he's ducking. If he gets the fight with Gervonta Davis, it's because Gervonta Davis decided to fight him. So good for him. But Gervonta Davis, he should fight Lomachenko first. Because if there is a decision about who's going to be the cash cow, Lomachenko deserves a rematch against Devin Haney because he did not convincingly lose that fight. That is definitely a run-it-back fight. And the only reason you're saying it's not a run-it-back fight is because Devin don't want it. And because of what you think of the disservice, oh my God, the mistreatment of Devin Haney, who got a shot at undisputed at 23 years old, who got given a WBC championship, and as soon as George Kambosos got those belts off Teofimo Lopez, he was given that fight, and then he was given another fight, and now he was given a Lomachenko fight. But you want to punish him for all the long years and years he had to suffer. How about you pick one? Did he suffer and suffer and suffer and suffer for years in obscurity and not been given a chance? Or did he win it earlier and quicker than everybody else? Pick one. Actually, Lomachenko said he wouldn't rematch. No. First of all, frequent flyer, you say one more thing, bro, I'm going to snap on you. What Lomachenko said is that he's not going to ask for the rematch because Devin Haney's not going to give it to him, is what he said. He said he's not going to ask for it because Devin Haney's not going to give it. But guess what? Deontay Wilder got a draw against Tyson Fury, and what did Deontay Wilder do? Deontay Wilder called him out. Deontay Wilder called out Tyson Fury after he got a draw. Didn't he? Didn't he? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Did he say, I got a draw, I'm the champion, that means I can go off and do whatever I want to do? No. He said, you all think I lost that fight. I want to beat this dude because you said I lost it. So I'm going to prove it. I'm the champion. I want to fight you, Tyson Fury. And Tyson Fury walked away from the fight for over a year. And you praise Deontay Wilder for it, but you don't expect it of Devin Haney. I'm tired of y'all. I'm tired of y'all hypocrites. I'm tired of you being hypocrites. And you're being hypocrites. And you know you're being a hypocrite. I know you're being a hypocrite, and you don't even care. Hey, confirming the link works. Salute Fanon. Thank you, brother. With the $20. Thank you, brother. The link works. Thank you. Appreciate y'all for that support, man. And my guy, hey, Karen back said, heading out to daughter's graduation. Xavier? Ooh, Xavier X, you in the building. Congratulations, Black Cherry. Heading out to Xavier. Oh, that's dope. I want my son to go to Xavier. Man, I want my son to go to Xavier so bad. That's like, every time I think of my son, I'm like, man, I want my son to go to Xavier in Louisiana. I want him to go to Xavier. I wanted my daughter to go to Howard. I want my son to go to Xavier. Very underrated school, Xavier, out of New Orleans. Very, very underrated school, especially if you want to be a doctor, if you want to be a doctor, you want to be a pharmacist, you want to be in the National Science Man. Xavier is a great school. A great school. Much love, Miss Coleman. Congratulations to your daughter. And congratulations to your daughter. Xavier is a great school. I really wish my son wanted to go to Xavier. Jay the North in the building says, strap season link works. Thank you. Hold on one second, man. Let me get to this other stuff. Let me finish this and I'll get to those questions. Mr. Grant said, peace and blessings, bro. Haney fans are wild. Haney fans are wild. Hey, man, look, seriously, stop stealing everybody's spotlight. Devin underperformed. I hate to be the bad parent here. Devin Haney underperformed. He missed an opportunity to perform on the biggest stage that he was in, and he underperformed. Whether you think he won or he didn't win, he underperformed. And that is a fact. Period. Now, why do I say he underperformed? Because he promised us something that he did not deliver. And there are a lot of people that think he lost. You want to be the crowd that stands around Devin while the rest of the people around him are booing him. Now, you could say that they're being unfair for booing him. They may be, but they are. So if you want him to be that, say, Devin, you can't go out like that. You got to get back outside this house and you got to go whoop that boy. You can't be walking in this house with two swollen eyes and a bloody lip talking about how you beat that dude up and it was easy. No, you had a scuff. You cannot say when you are fighting tooth and nail with somebody. Say you still a king of the block. When that dude was putting points on you like ain't nobody's business. You cannot say you the best basketball player in the neighborhood when you play 21 and you win 21-20. And you took out the ball first. You cannot say that you're the best basketball player in the park if you win 21-20 and you took the ball out first. And you exchanged, you never stopped him from scoring. He never stopped you from scoring. And the only reason you won is because you got the 21 first because you were the champ and got the ball out first. That guy's going to look at you and say, you never stopped me. I did exactly what I wanted to do with you. I punched you in the face repeatedly. I snapped your bed. Man, look at how many pictures there are with your fro flying all over the place. Man, that man had he knocked Devin Haney's hair straight. You talking about that man let me watch this. You telling me that man got pity pad punches when I can show you a picture with Devin's hair knocked straight. Since you want to keep laboring on about him. Now, I guarantee you this, partner. I got curly hair, homie. I got about the same texture hair as Devin Haney does. Unless, of course, Devin Haney is putting a little conch in there to allow it to curl. I don't know. He's got some hair dye in there. But so I don't know. But I know this. I don't know how you call this. I don't know how you call this a pity pat punch. I don't know how you call that a when he punched his hair straight. You know how hard you got to hit somebody with hair like that to straighten out his hair? That man gave that man a temporary perm. Okay? Don't tell me that man was not hitting that man when I'm looking dead at those two pictures. One is that puncher coming right off his jaw with his steel like this. And that one over there with his hair straight. And all them punches didn't land. Those did. Those did. Granderson said, peace and blessing. Haney fans are wild, man. They super wild, bro. Thank you for that support, bro. Gave that man, that man gave that man, you used to call it a blowout. That man gave that man a blowout in the middle of the ring. You know how your mama, back in the 70s, y'all don't know how they used to do it. They used to wet your hair, then they would take a comb and a blow dryer and go shh, 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 and it would blow your fro out. It's called a blowout. That man punched that man and gave that man a blowout. But you acting like he didn't get punched. Man, stop it. Man, stop it. Okay? Stop it. Stop it. Hey, yes, I did. Hey, just seen in the building. Yes, I did, brother. Hold on one second. My guy, I'm not going to say your name because I know it's you, bro. Said, hey, good chat, bro. Keep the flame on high. Much love, brother. Thank you for that $10 holler, man, in over there in the Venmo. And they can't copy the Venmo. Thank you, brother. Yes, I did, brother. Thank you. And my guy, Mr. Gosson in the bill said, keep killing them with facts, bro. All day. But you telling me that man, seriously, bro, that man gave him a soul glow. Let your soul glow. Knocked the Jerry Curl juice all the way out the ring. Knocked the activator out that man's head. That man knocked the activator out that man's head. And you talking about it's a pity pat. Those combinations were missing. Yeah, some of them. Other ones, I know I saw a 5-punch combination land. I know I saw Lomachenko hit that man with a 5-punch combination. Boom, 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 boom. Let me repeat. Boom, 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 boom. 5-punch combo. Now you can say, well, my God, that combo didn't land. I don't know why Timothy Bradley said that. Man, I wasn't listening to Tim Bradley at all. I didn't listen to Tim Bradley at all. So y'all better stop telling me you just listen to Tom Bradley. All you doing is listen to Tim Bradley. I don't never listen to Tim Bradley. Never. I had like 7,000 people on a live stream, and I was not listening to Tim Bradley. I was listening to him, and I saw boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I saw this. Yik, 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 yik. I want to know how you are pity patting somebody's head back like this. How you touch somebody like that? What you think? He's taking a flop? Well, you know, Devin Haney, you think it's a flop? You think he's doing the NBA stand like this? Hey, run into me. You think he took a flop? You think his neck took a flop? You think he did that? You think when he hit him with the face, he said, let me just fake it and throw my head back. Man, you niggas is bugging, bro. Now, like I said, leave me alone, bro. Leave me alone. I've been telling y'all, leave me alone. You can't, that's double standard after double standard after double standard after double standard. He don't need to rematch him. Ain't no way on this earth. You would have let any of y'all would have said, Andre Ward doesn't need to rematch Kovalev. Man, please. I said, hey, man, hit him in the pocket. But what did Andre Ward do? Andre Ward went back and fought him again, didn't he? When Roy Jones Jr. got that decision over Antonio Tarver, what did Roy Jones Jr. do? He went right back and fought him. Didn't he? Didn't he? Yeah, he did. But not low. Bo Devon's a throwback fighter. He don't act win. Throwback to win. Throwback to win. He's a throwback to the color line. Like he a throwback to Jack Dempsey, who wouldn't fight Sam Langford. Is that the type of throwback he is? You need to throw that shit back. You got that right. Throw that shit back. All that shit you talking about ain't nothing throwback about that except for this. Man, throw that shit back. Yeah, you a throwback, all right. Throw that shit back. You know what I mean? You ain't got a rematch. Man, throw that shit back. I ain't trying to hear that, man. Throw that shit back. That type of throwback. Hey, and I don't even do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. But y'all ain't being fair. I got to sit there and be, man, feeling like every day, feeling like I'm a hater. Man, God dog, I want to support this kid, but this is bullshit. I can't say this. I literally see it. You should, I'm for real. One of these days, man, I'm going to put a camera and get a live reaction of me listening to y'all. Like, these guys just said he don't need a rematch. He barely won the fight. Why don't he need a rematch? Because he wouldn't give one if he did. Y'all are... Lomachenko knows so much. He's like, man, I ain't going to ask this dude. Man, this dude ain't going to fight me again, man. He just barely got out of there with that, man. He ain't fighting me again. We already know he ain't fighting me again. We already know it. You know, nah, throwback as in throw that fish back in the ocean. You know what I mean? As in you just brought in a bag of doo-doo into the house. And I say, man, you better throw that back out there. Like, I ain't trying to hear that, dog. Those arguments are throwback. As in, I don't want them. Hey, for the love of the sport, thank you, Mr. Torres. Thank you, brother. And I get called a race baiter by you clowns. While I'm sitting there listening to a bunch of dudes I hate beat y'all in arguments. Like I'm listening to a bunch of dudes I know ain't don't mean no good for black people at all. And you giving them more ammunition. You giving them more ammunition every day, just giving them more and more ammunition. Yeah, that's the Chicago saying ammunition. Yeah, that's me. That is the Chicago coming out of me. You're getting them more and more ammunition by saying stuff that you know you're not applying to somebody else. That man barely beat. He barely won that fight. Barely won that fight. And you talking about, oh yeah, the day has come. Nah, doggy. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, man. I don't know what you want me to tell you, man. You tell me, oh, this, you get me all amped up for this. I mean, no joke, man. I mean, I wish my wife wasn't in earshot, and I would tell you the real me. Okay? I'll tell you the real me. Like the untamed me. Told me that girl was gonna be all like that. That shit sucked. That chick sucked. Like, man, that shit sucks. I'm saying, like, you telling me this is the baddest chick ever in the world. I paid $200 to take her to dinner. All of that, man, that chick sucks. Like, fuck. Yeah, man, fucking nasty ass attitude, man. Fuck. I ain't never talking to no broads you take. I ain't talking to no broads you send my way. Vouching for that broad. Man, please. Dumb as a box of fucking rocks. Dumb as a box of fucking rocks. And all she wants me to do is spend a bunch of money on her. Then get out of here, man. I go to Louisiana, find somebody out in Louisiana, got some damn sense. Look better than you. Do a Biggie line on her. She looked better than you, than you. You know all that? About that, what are you talking about, that girl's sister? It gets wetter than you. It's like, whatever, bro. Face it, he lost. He lost. AB voice. I could care less that he lost. So what? I'm glad he lost, pimping music. I'm glad he lost. Hey, man, don't let him change your mood, man. John Boy, they've changed my mood, bro. They get it. They get the savagery, bro. They get the full-fledged savagery, dog. Fuck out of here, bro. No joke. Hey, man, you remember this? Hey, DJ OC. You remember Robert Williams? DJ OC. You remember Robert Williams? Hey, DJ, this is for DJ OC. DJ OC. Do you remember Robert Williams? Rest in peace, Robert Williams. You remember him? Do you remember what happened with me, Nevy, and Robert Williams? I need vouching. Do you remember what happened with me and Robert Williams? You remember that? DJ, you remember that? You remember that, right? Let me verify what I'm telling you is the truth. There is this big-ass dude, big-ass, badass dude named Robert. Rest in peace. Dude was like 6'3" and swole. 6'3" and swole. Swole. I mean swole. Black-skinned dude, big and long as a house. And my boy, so deep. My boy so deep. Didn't see him. But he saw his sister. And so deep, for some reason, said, and it's so out of character. He just said, man, that girl looked and could box. And he could box, right? And he could fight. And he was like, okay. And man, his sister was there. And my boy said he looked like a prostitute. Dude, he said, man, she looked like a prostitute. Because she had, and I don't know what he was looking at, because to me, I was looking like his sister, like, shit, she looked kind of good. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, she got a lot of everything, is what I was thinking. But anyway, and could box, could fight. So my guy said that about his sister. And everybody cleared out because they knew this dude was about to get mobbed. Everybody, yeah, dog. I was like, man, I don't know what you talking about, but because she had everything over there, dog. But anyway, so everybody moved out the way but me. But him and me. Now, get you this straight. I'm about 6'1", at the time, maybe 160. And I looked at that dude dead in his face like, if you swing on him, I'm swinging on you. Because I knew he was going to kill him. He wasn't about to kill me, and I knew it. And I looked him in his face, and I was like, nah, man, I didn't say it, but you know what he did? He looked at me dead in the face, and I looked at him dead in the face, like this. He looked at me like he looked at my guy, then he looked at me. And then I looked at him, and that dude said, man, don't ever say that again. And he turned his back and walked. And that dude never, for the rest of the time I ever saw him, ever look sideways at me again. Because, nigga, you gonna have to beat me. Nigga, you gonna have to beat me. You gonna have to. You gonna have to. You may get it done, but you're gonna have to do it. Believe it. You're gonna have to do it. So don't tell me this man, and he'll tell the same thing. What happened when we was by the Rainbow in Chicago? When them dudes thought they was Puerto Ricans, and they came out there and they swung them chains on us on the north side of Chicago. What'd they do? DJ OC, tell me I'm lying. This dude had a chain. A chain. Y'all think I'm not soft. Ain't never been soft. This dude had a chain. I mean, a long-ass chain with a pad on that mug and was swinging at cats. And I beat the shit out that dude. Boop, 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 boop. Dropped him to the ground, and we ran for dear life. Tell him I'm lying, DJ OC. Tell him I'm lying. DJ OC, who was right there with me. Tell me if I'm telling the truth. Tell me if I'm telling the truth. If I have ever had somebody look me in my face and I've ever backed down. Never. If you're going to whoop me, you're going to whoop me. No, I'm crazy. I'm crazy. You're not going to do that. You're going to beat me. You're going to beat me. You're going to whoop me. You're going to whoop me. You say you may have broke that dude's jaw. Dog, I dropped that dude like a sack of potatoes. So anyway, I'm telling you that to tell you this. Do not tell me that man can walk away from Shakur Stevenson in a fight like that. I saw that look in his eyes. He don't think he can win. I saw the look in the eyes. of that dude. I saw the look in the eyes of Shakur Stevenson. I look in the eyes, saw the look in the eyes of Devin Haney, and that man don't want that fight. Say you probably broke dude's jaw. Man, I dropped that man. I dropped that dude, and hey, man, please. That shit, everything went into slow-mo, bro. Everything went into slow motion. Man, that was wild. Everything went into slow motion. That chain swung so slow. It was like, no joke. He picked that shit up. It slowed down. It was like, it just looked like it was coming so slow. And I was like, okay. That shit hit the ground. I'm not running from you. I'm not running from you. So you don't tell people that they don't see what they see. I see what I see. I see Devin Haney is a guy that's been trained to fight. When I see honestly, man, when I see Terence Crawford, I see a guy that will fight you. So, hey, man, I ain't saying I'm the toughest dude in the world. I'm not. However, bro, no. You can't tell me you're the baddest dude on the block and I stare you in your face and you go away. I can't stare you in the face and you go away. You look at him, that dude looked at me like, seriously, looked at me like, nah, this ain't worth it. Nah, this ain't worth it. Nah, it ain't worth it, bro. It ain't worth it. Trust me, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. Because nigga, I get close enough to you, I'm gonna bite a chunk out your ass if you grab me. But nah. No. Man, cats from Maywood, man, cats I run around Maywood, man. Them Maywood dudes always think because you don't sound like them, like you some salt, like you, that shit's easy. Man, that shit ain't easy. So anyway, back to it. Don't talk to me about Devin Haney not needing to fight that dude. You walk away from that dude, you walk away from that, bro. He said, BB almost caught that chain. No, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he almost caught that chain. What's called skill? I'm trying to tell you, man, that shit was slow. That chain was, man, I've been in so many fights, bro. Man, I've been in so many fights, man. So many fights. That's why I don't even understand when cats be talking about, man, about this, man, please, man. I've been in so many fights, man. I've been in so many physical fights, man. Man, I couldn't get out of my house without a fight. You know what I'm saying? Oh, say you got skill. That's called skills. Hey, man, I don't know what it was. I know this. I saw that chain, and that shit was in slow motion like a mug. Hey, I just sent you a message to get you a link. Oh, here you go. Here's the link, bro. Chillville, you want a link? Yeah, there's a link right here. Any day, Noop. Was you a bully, Fanon? No, I was not a bully. No. No, I was not a bully. Dude, I'm trained for you to hurt you if you come at me. No, I'm not a bully, bro. Intellectually, I'm a bully. Intellectually, yeah, I'm a bully. In an argument, I'll bully the shit out you. But not physically, I'm not a bully. Intellectually, I'm a bully. I ain't gonna lie. I take pleasure. I take pleasure of twisting your shit up. Because people used to think I was dumb, and it was like never that. I've never been that. So intellectually, I got no problem. I will twist you up. I will twist you up and drop you off. Intellectually, I will twist you up and drop you off. There's never been anything I've ever come across me I couldn't understand. And I mean that. I've never had a concept. I've never had the most complex thing that anybody has ever, I've never not been able to understand it. The only thing that I would say that's not true in is mathematics. In mathematics, that is not my strength. But the concepts that never been a problem with me. Finite math, logic, I never even had to learn that. I can see that. I can see it. Like, it's weird, but I can see it. So yeah, everybody's got their talents. That's my talent. You know, but nah, man. Back to Devin Ace Holmes, like Haney, looking like Big Red off the Heartbeats. Man, please, bro. My sister's like that. Dude, my sister was dangerous. Like, you don't even understand. My sister was dangerous. Like, dangerous. Legitimately dangerous. Playing with her was dangerous. I grew up with somebody that was dangerous. Nebby grew up with somebody that was dangerous. Dangerous. As in, like, you play around, bro, there can be yellow tape around this house. Like, with my older sister, you play with my sister the wrong way, there can most definitely be ambulances called. And she will get in that police car like this, like I told him not to. You ever met somebody like that? They'll be like, I told him not to. And guess what my mama would say? She told you not to. I promise you that's my mama. I told you not to, baby. I told you not to. She told you not to. Now take that knife. Now take that knife out your shoulder. We're going to take you to the hospital. But she told you not to. Why'd you do it? When I'm telling you my mama from the ghetto, them two cats from the ghetto, they're from the ghetto. Crazy yelling nigga ghetto. Crazy yelling nigga. They ain't the rich crazy niggas. They the poor ghetto crazy yelling niggas. Please. Hey, 1 second, man. Let me get in. I'm gonna get my man Chillville on here. I see you, Noop. Hey, say, can I get Superman a wrench, please? For sure, John Boy. So don't tell me, man, that man don't need no rematch, bro. And Derek Choice and Bill said, how do you think a rematch would play out? How do I think a rematch would play out? Devin would that the same way. The same way. It's how I think it'll play out. Except for Devin will probably box, and Devin will win the fight more convincingly because Devin will box. Devin won't sit down with them body shots. Devin's going to stand outside, move, and jab and fight him like that because that's probably how he can win more safely. He needs to make the fight boring. He doesn't need an exciting fight. He needs to jab, move, jab, move, jab, move. Just like that. I think the fight is going to be like that. And I give Devin a bigger edge in the second fight than the first fight. Because Lomachenko ain't getting any younger. And Devin Haney can now know what he's dealing with and respect that man. And get this idea out of his head that he's going to throw body shots at this cat and keep him from coming. Don't get me wrong, bro. Devin Haney proved some stuff to me. Devin Haney is tough. Devin Haney is tough. Merch is dumb. Said, Fanon, you right. When you fight, it seems like it's in slow motion. Dude, I got in a fight with two dudes maybe like 5 years ago. Because I wasn't quite right in my mind, and these two dudes jumped me. And it was a joke to me. It was like a joke. Like, I couldn't take it because of where the way my mind was at the time. I really couldn't take it serious. Like, I didn't really, like, I'm just being honest with you. Like, I wasn't in my right mind, right? So, since I wasn't in my right mind, they were taking what I was saying as like a threat. And I wasn't a threat, and they started swinging. And I thought he was playing. So I was like, he was playing, and he was throwing these shots like, wop, 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 wop. And I was like, and I was laughing, right? I was like, ha, 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 ha. And I'm telling you, man, it's during the time that before I went into the hospital. This is before I went into the hospital. So dudes was throwing, and I was right there on the plaza. I was right there on the plaza in Kansas City. This dude was throwing shots. Plop. No, actually, it was years ago. It was a little bit before. And so dudes was throwing shots, da-da-da. And I was like, pop, 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 pop. And then I was like, oh, he's trying to fight. And I was like, you're trying to fight. And I started mopping his, I threw one dude, just threw him. And then I jumped up and the other dude was coming there. And then I started hitting the other dude, and the other dude ran into the house. So I started whooping this dude. This dude comes out the house holding a board. And I looked at the board and I was like, oh man, he's going to, and I'm telling you, I am not in my right mind. So I'm like, man, he's going to hit me with this board. No emotion, but he's going to try to hit me with this board. I'm like, I can hit I can hit this dude, Brian Mathis. See you later, bro. I could either block this board or I could leave. So I was like, nah, it don't make any sense. Let me read because he's gonna hit me with a board. And so, dude, this is like, it's like not people, these are people fight. When we in the 70s and the 80s, we fought. Y'all shoot guns, we fought. So fighting was, you're gonna have to fist fight. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, man. It was pretty much just like the situation OC, like it was in it was pretty much the same situation. Because, bro, you just been in a million fights, bro. We've been in a million fights. We're in a million fights. That's why you can't tell me fighters now are better than the fighters in the 50s, because those dudes weren't, those guys were fighting, man. They were literally fighting. You walk outside, you be like, look, man, what you got to say? And you start throwing hands. Give me 1 second. Hey, Chillville, what's going on, bro? Chillville, what's up? Chillville, what's up? Nope. It's a fall. Is this a real Chillville? I don't know if it's a real Chillville. I'm gonna have to kick you out, Chillville. Oh no, you back. What's up, man?
Okay, ain't nothing to it, man. Hey, man, I'm so glad this fight is announced. I am on 10. Hey, nope. Terence Crawford is going to stop Errol Spence in 10. Hey, nope. I'm so glad that you feel like this is true. And that makes me feel even more confident that the fight is going to happen.
Yes, sir.
Now, to all my Spence fans, when Errol Spence gets stopped, I'm coming on the show live. And we all need to talk. And what's the guy's name? Long Star? I haven't saw his name today because he swore up and down that the fight wasn't going to get made. Yeah. Let's nip everything in the bud. Yeah, the fight, I believe the fight is going to be made. Just hope no one pulls out. Nobody get hurt in camp. Nothing happens on the interstate. Nothing happens in the neighborhood, anything. But when they show up in Vegas, because I will be at the fight, I'm going to try my best to be at the fight. I need to see this. Hey, Noop, another thing.
Oh, first of all, before you say another thing, I reject all of that. I am not going to let you speak no shit into existence, Noop. So while you stating these facts and putting them in the air, I want to affirmatively tell you that I reject
Okay,
all
Noop.
of that. Bye. Go ahead,
all
man.
Right. Hey, you're exactly right.
You left.
Okay, I'm here, Noop. I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, but hey, I agree with you, Noop. I'm just praying that everything goes good. I want to see this fight so we can get on the next day, talk about this victory when they say, and new, undisputed Terence Crawford. Man, I'm going to lose it.
Still coming in there with that witchcraft, bro.
Hey, I'm telling you, Terence Crawford's going to make Spence look regular.
Mm-hmm. Like
okay.
The average dude whooping your ass looks when he does
it. Hey, Noop, just like,
yeah.
Coming up in Arkansas, I was in a lot of fights too.
Yeah, man. You know what it is.
Yeah. Hey, and you know what, Noop? Devin Haney, the best thing his little weak self need to do, he should go and retire because that's the end of the road for him.
Why you say that, man?
Because his daddy, he need a new trainer. You can't teach power. Now, he did show me something too, but I'm not a Haney fan. But he can't beat Tank. Look, I didn't like Tank at first, but Tank made me respect him. I'm a Stevenson fan, but man, ain't none of them dudes can whoop Tank because you can't teach power when he gonna touch you during the fight.
Man.
He probably will put Haney in the hospital.
Man.
Hey, I believe Ryan Garcia will give Haney all he can handle.
Oh, yeah. And well, let me put it, man, you know what, bro? I didn't want to say that because seriously, man, like, I don't, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to step in that thing, but I'm gonna tell you, man, bro, I don't know about Devin and Teofimo Lopez.
Exactly.
I don't know
Exactly.
about that, bro. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, dog, if he can't land that, if Teofimo Lopez can land shots on him, man, consistently land shots on him, dog, man, come on, man. That man can get hurt. That man may very well get hurt.
You're absolutely correct.
I don't think he said, now just on your point, Fi, that's why I'm saying Devin didn't separate himself.
He didn't. Hey, I scored to fight 7-5 Loma, and I done watched it 10 times.
Dog, you're a Devin hater, bro. You just want the white man to win. That's all that is.
Okay, then. Cool. I guess, I guess I'm like Terence Crawford. I don't like black people. Hey,
exactly. Hey, man, let me, hey, Noob, let me read you something. I don't usually do this because I got, as a noob. When you play, man, I'm fall 89, by the way, brother.
Spring 96, Beta Tau.
Oh, that's what's up. Where's Beta Tau?
Little Rock, Arkansas, Godfather.
Oh, okay. Shop. You wouldn't happen to know a noob named Corey, would you? There's a fireman in Little Rock.
Yes, I know Corey.
That's my best friend, Latrell.
Really?
Yeah, that's my noob. Yeah, he was online with me. He was online with me originally at school, and then something happened, so he couldn't finish. But then he went to Arkansas, and then he pledged. That's my noob.
He know me.
Yeah, I mean, I figured if you were a noob in Arkansas, you know Corey. So yeah, Corey, when you talk Corey, you see Corey be and say, "Hey man, ask him if you know Martin." You're like, hey, you know Martin? He'd be like, will. That's my noob. Yeah, you talking about red, and Pretty Ricky that just passed?
Yes.
Yeah, Pretty Ricky. So it means Latish.
Yes.
Mays. You know all the Mazes. You know Judge Mays and all them.
Yes, I do.
His wife, Latisse's husband is a noob. And that's my guy. Like, that's my guy.
Wow. Small world.
Yeah, because I'm South, man. Yeah. Dude, that's why I try to be telling people, man, like, black people, it's a very small circle of people.
It is.
It's a very small circle. We are always not very far from one another, man. So yeah, as soon as I knew you Beta Tau, and that's why I be trying to tell you, you say Beta Tau, like I can't necessarily know exactly which one it is, but I know the year. You're like, I'm Beta Gamma, you Beta Tau. Well, Beta Tau, you must be in the South because it's Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Epsilon, Zeta, Eta, Theta, Iota, right. To the day I die, Lambda Mu Z, Autotron Prize. So if I had to guess, you was probably in the 1950s.
Yeah, it was 47, but yeah.
47, yeah. So because we're 36, that would make you 47, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's real brotherhood. That's what we say. That's why I keep telling these cats, like, I try to explain to these cats, and what are dudes doing? They're police officers, they're judges, they're doctors, they're people that work in the. That's why you wanted. That's the importance of that.
Exactly.
That's the importance of it. Because I can go to Little Rock now. Tell me that if you tell me that if I'm in need and I'm in trouble, I go to Little Rock, Arkansas. I ain't got something waiting for me in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Listen, you come to Little Rock, Arkansas. You say my name one time, and you're good to go. Everything will be laid out for you. No questions asked.
Boom, like that. You can go. Like I can do this. Yeah, you go right there. Be like, hey man, how you know? Bloom a bloom. Oh, that's man, hey man, come on down by the house. Come by the house. Where you staying? Come by the house. That's it. Come by the house. Boom. Dude, that's what it is, man. And all y'all that don't know that, all you young developing black people going to these schools, understand, man, that's what it's about. It is not about, I think Africa is it. I don't like the fact that you do these Greek numbers and you think no. What it is, hey man, I'm going to Little Rock, Arkansas. I need to meet the mayor of Little Rock. Hey man, how can I get to the mayor of Little Rock? Well, Chillville knows Newt, and Newt knows Alpha, and Alpha know Q.
There you go.
And then boom, you right in there, you talking to him. My boy ran from, man, I'm telling you, this grown man, let me tell you real grown man stuff. There's a Newt running for mayor in Chicago, in DC, right? So what does Newt do? Newt calls Newt in New Orleans. Or Newt calls Newt in Chicago, who calls all the Newts in Chicago, and Newt's raising about 50,000 in Chicago, and then say, hey, we got noops in Georgia. We're gonna send you to Georgia. Let me call my noop in Georgia. Noop in Georgia gets these people, raise them $30,000 in Georgia. Hey, we got alphas, and boom, you in Little Rock. Dude, I guarantee you know noops in Little Rock, you can get you $10,000, $15,000 just by landing in Little Rock, kicking it with the noops, telling you this is what you're doing. If they get behind you, boom, 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 it's like that. I be trying to tell these cats, man. That's why, like, these dudes, like, for real, watch this. When these dudes tried to say my name was Fanon, they tried to say my name was like, what was it, Fanon something, and try to put something on me, I'd be like, man, first of all, bro, my name is Martin Blackwell, boom. And you'd be like, man, who's Martin? And aside from the stuff in Chicago, you're going to have every Noop be like, man, that's Noop. Noop is from here. Noop is from there. Noop is from there. Blah, blah, blah. And you get it through the alphas, the AKAs, all of those as well. There's a big network of over 300,000 people. 95% of them are working. 95% of them are working and employed. Because you know what you got to do? I don't even have to know Chillville. I know what Chillville did. Chillville went to college, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you came on, Chillville, because I wanted the people, the young men that are out there, to understand that when we say we support these Greek fraternities and all that, we're not talking about Greek.
Oh my God. Thank you.
We talking about, this is what we're talking about. The fact that in this short conversation, me and Chillville got 4, 5, 6. Even I know big dude. There's a big old dude out there. I can't remember his name. Big old dude. Big old Noop out there. I ain't seen him in years. Big Noop, where you from? You know? But anyway, yeah.
But all right, Noop. Well, hey, yeah,
Thank you, man.
Hey, Noop.
Sorry
hey,
about
yeah,
I went into that. Man. I love that.
It's all good. I love it, man. I just want to say I'm happy about everything. Keep the show going. Don't let these people distract anything. I'm here supporting every day.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, Fire. More than you know. Thank you. All right, Noop.
All right.
That's one. All right, so that's your free advice, young men in college. That's your free advice, young man. That's the example. That's your example right there. What did he say? Beezy said, Martin, 30 minutes ago, Undisputed Shannon Sharp says, finally, Errol signs to fight Terence Crawford. No more ducking and dodging. They need to shut up about boxing. Totally clueless. Yeah, Chillville's a real brother. Yeah, man, absolutely. Sorry for getting into that too much, man, in the chat, but I wanted y'all to understand that, man. And plus, it's more important, man, to have that, that's important to me. I ain't go to college, brother, be a Mason. Fresh Baker. If you don't go to college, become a Mason. Masons do the same thing. Masons do the same thing. No worries. There's something for you. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. Look, man, I don't care what, man. That man, he's on ESPN trying to frame that man for a duck, bro. Fanon, today's world is network. Yeah, man, we were social media before there was social media. We were doing the social media before there was a social media. Networking is everything. Networking, that's how you get around your network. You know? Fanon, one on Fanon, a win is a win. What do you mean? A win? Yeah, a win is a win, but he need to back that up. He need to back that up, but he barely won. Not every win is the same, bro. No, it ain't gonna be no. Hey, what's going on, John Boy? Nah, it's not about to be no $59. It ain't about to be no $59. It's not about to be no $59 pay-per-view. That's just gonna be $90. They gonna charge $90. Hey, hit the next. Say you could network with pagers. Oh yeah, that's a different type of networking. You know what it is? Yeah, that's a different aspect of it. I would suggest the type of network I'm talking about, though. I would suggest this one. Because no joke, man. It's important. It's very, very valuable, bro. They didn't do no 250K. Nobody said that. Who are you talking about, GM? Yes, they did say that. Somebody did say they did 235,000. GM, yeah, they did. They said on Twitter. I don't think he was serious. But I didn't know he was serious. He vacillates between sounding serious and being serious. So I don't know. Because the last time he said a number, that came out with other people that it was good. Other times, it is what it is, man. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying now. But like the person that said it, I don't have an issue with him, man. It's a good dude. From what I can see, that's a good dude. Definitely like him, man. Guy Ray Davis out there. Nah, don't do that, man. That's unfair. You're stealing. That ain't if you would purposely exaggerate like that come on, man. That ain't real. Maybe 15. I don't know. Devin out, yeah, exactly. Devin outsold Bud, man, whatever. That's about what and what, bro. That the feel of that fight was about what and what, man. And honestly, a $3 million gate in Vegas, to me, for a fight like that, and you get a $3 million gate, I don't even get why that gate is something you're bragging about. $3 million, dude. Gervonta Davis got a $5 million gate in Atlanta, Georgia, in the South, and wasn't even in the casino. There was no reason to go there, but for that fight. It's not like he was getting high rollers in there and, having people buy tickets so they can give it away to high rollers around. They didn't do all of that. Who you fight matters. Yeah, it all matters to a certain extent, man. You know what I mean? It all matters to a certain extent. Hey, man, here's another link, though, man. I promise the next link, I won't get all, personal and all that, man. But anyway, to the guy that was yawning about the fighting stories, bro, I know full well there's a bunch of people that can whoop me. So, but you were yawning, bro, why are you here? If you bored, just leave. You had to be mighty. I don't know if you was talking about me or the Devin Haney fight. Devin Haney's last fight wasn't boring, though. I ain't gonna lie. Devin Haney's last fight the Lomachenko fight was not boring. Lomachenko fights are not boring. Just generally speaking. Lomachenko fights are not boring. Not boring. Hey, Brother Judah said Haney needs to run it back with Loma, but I'm happy about the news of EJ and Bud. It's going to be fireworks. Yeah, it cannot not be fireworks. It cannot not be fireworks. It's definitely going to be that. Hey, yeah. Man, I love playing craps, and after Tank fight, I couldn't play because some rich black dudes there making me look poor. Yeah, man, you got to dip off. Them cats gambling that money. I ain't got money like that to be gambling. Loma landed 40 punches to Devin's 10 in 2 rounds. Yeah, and did he get it? Like the 10th? It is what it is, man. John Boy said, blacks, Mexicans, Asians love to gamble. White boys love to gamble too. All these dudes love to gamble, man. All y'all like to convince yourselves you're getting easy money. It's the sense of getting easy money. I don't know what it is actually, because I don't really like to gamble. I've tried it, but I can't get myself to lose $5. I've won like $10. Hold on one second. All right, sorry about that. I put down a $400 bet, and they like your tip is my, and they like your tip is in my way. Hey, no, I said, man, your tip is in my way. Oh, that's crazy, John Boy. Oh man, them guys put that big. They put that big. Them big gamblers, bro. Hit the link though, man. The link's right there. That link is right there, man. That link is right there. Do. That link is right there. What is this? What is that? Oh, nah, man. I like Frequent Flyer. He's all right. Frank Flyer's a good dude. Somebody just text me now. I like Frequent Flyer, man. I'm not that mean. I like Frequent Flyer, man. Frequent Flyer's all right. You need to be able to have that other side of it, man. I need somebody to direct my angst. I need somebody, frequent flyer is somebody for me to spotlight and rip and go at him, because that way I don't have to talk about anybody else that and I know where to focus it. Because I'm gonna hear every dumb, trust me, frequent flyer, I'm gonna hear every questionable thing, argument about Devin Haney out of your mouth. So it's not in your text or in your comments. So it's easy for me, man. And I don't mind it, man. I like to argue, man. I like to argue, but I don't want to talk. But you guys are like, for real, you're like, the whole thing is, man, we got a great fight coming up. A great fight coming up. And pretty soon, Devin's going to be calling out the winner. Devin going to call out the winner and say, I'm available. Fight me. I'm a bigger star. All of that. And y'all going to do all of that stuff. Nah, man, don't say that. I don't know. There's a lot of douchebags in boxing, man. Bill, I mean, frequent flyer is cool. Yeah, you know what it is. Nah, man, I'm not calling that man that. You know what I mean? I'm not calling that man. Trey in the building. What's going on, man?
Hey, can you hear me, Fanon?
I can hear you clearly.
Hey, what's going on, brother? Great work as always.
Thank you, man. And I'm chilling, brother. How are you?
I'm good. I was just listening. I forgot I saw you guys jumping across a couple of different topics. I didn't know which one you was like all the way on. Maybe you kind of like.
No, if you got something you want to say about, man, we'll skip back. I got no problem with that.
No, I was just thinking about it. I was just on one of the other cats show. I didn't get a chance to say nothing, but kind of on like the Spence and Crawford fight.
Yeah.
Just looking at that. I mean, here's the way I look at the fight. Spence has been like really, really hurting his opponents, breaking bones and eye sockets and ribs and all that kind of stuff. And Crawford, he's beaten his opponents pretty easy, and he just hasn't been in enough tough fights, for the eye, you know what I'm saying? Like tough, where you had to like really grind it out. Now that's a credit to him because he gets rid of his guys quick, including the Porter fight. That was a pretty tough fight because Porter actually had a shot in that fight. But, it's crazy because he's super cat quick, super slick, and a great counterpuncher with great hands and feet. I don't think a lot of us fans out here, whether they're serious fans or casual fans, give Crawford enough credit for his skills. And he's got very, very good power. But in terms of how the fight should go, I looked at it like this morning. Even the guys that Spence didn't stop, he still hurt them bad. So if you look at his recent 12-rounders, he beat the hell out of Mikey Garcia. Yes, he didn't stop him, but he hurt Mikey Garcia bad. And he didn't stop Porter. And Porter put up probably his greatest effort in all of his fights. And he didn't stop him, but he hurt Porter. So I'm looking at it like, even in Spence's fights where he don't stop you, he still hurts you. So I look at the fight, for the guys who's calling a stoppage either way, especially with a Spence never been down. But the people, the fans who like to say stuff like EJ by late stoppage or Spence by late stoppage, I think the facts are already there that in the highest level competition, Spence might not stop them guys, but you're gonna hurt them. So I just kind of look at it like, this is probably going to go 12 rounds and it's going to take some type of decision, and it's probably going to be closer than most fans think. One last thing on it is, like I said, Crawford not getting his due credit. Like, ain't nobody like beat up Crawford to the point to where he was like almost stopped. There's not a fight that he wasn't in, even in some of his, earlier fights in the 130, 135 range. Nobody beat him up. Yeah, he got hit hard a couple of times, but what fighter don't? So I just see Crawford being able to hang in there and kind of get down there, and we just see who get the decision. I don't see either one of them stopping one another. That's all I got on it, man.
Yeah, no, man. My response to that is, man, I can definitely agree with. Almost all of that. The only thing that I would say, because I agree with that, that's why I got Errol. Because I don't see Terence having enough activity in order. If Errol is landing shots and throwing shots and coming forward, and in Vegas, like if you even look at the way it is with, what happened with Haney, just the way if he's getting in Vegas, you're coming forward, you're throwing body shots there, right? Winds up getting the decision. So just to me, no, Rock Howard, I'm not waiting to pounce on my guy. No, man, there's nothing that he said that was unreasonable. Everything that Trey said was very well thought out. It's a viewpoint that I most definitely can respect. And this is a scenario where, this fight right here is not my way or the highway. Like I said, I was going to pull up a text that I had with a good friend of mine where we talk pretty much after every fight. And he thinks Terence Crawford is going to win the fight.
I was
right?
no. So Fanon. I'm Fanon. My decision is I have my call. My thought is Spence by decision. All the way for the past couple years, I have been thinking there's no way Spence by stoppage. Spence is going to hurt him. He's going to mow him down like he does everybody else. Crawford can't stand up to that, blah, blah, blah. But just this morning, I just took a little bit more time to think about it. I said, wait a minute. He doesn't really stop the high level fighters, and that's what Crawford is. So I had to take that off the plate.
Well, let me say that is he has stopped the last high level guy that he had.
I agree with you, but I understand what Ugas did against Pacquiao, but I don't give him that high I don't give him top tier level. I get it. That was great. And a lot of the other stuff he did great. Like the stuff he did against Porter was great. But I want to, but I don't see Ugas like that. I hear what you're saying though.
Yeah, I mean, but that, like I said, it's on things that are like real subjective in what you think. For me, Yordenis Ugas is an elite fighter.
Okay.
I think Yordenis Ugas. I would take Yordenis Ugas. The Yordenis Ugas going into the fight with Errol Spence. I would take him over Danny Garcia. I would take him over Sean Porter. And I think that Ugas is going 12 rounds with Terence Crawford. And I would favor Terence Crawford to win that fight. But I think that Yordenis Ugas might be the hardest fight in Terence Crawford's career if Terence Crawford fought him.
I think Terence Crawford washes him, and I think that Danny Garcia stops him.
No. Let me tell you for sure. For Danny Garcia fighting Yordenis Ugas is absolutely at best a 50-50 fight. Yordenis Ugas is somebody, he did lose at 140 pounds, but if you've watched the way that Yordenis Ugas fights, he is extremely, extremely solid counterpuncher.
Extremely great timing.
Very strong, very strong shots. He fought Sean Porter, and
in my opinion, won by about 2 rounds.
And Sean, so for me, Yordenis Ugas, and for pretty much everybody that was going into that fight when he was fighting Yordenis Ugas, knew that Yordenis Ugas is an upper level fighter, and he's also a Cuban fighter. And one of the best, and when you were in there with a Cuban and you're a southpaw, you're in there with a guy that is very, very used to fighting southpaws and know very well how to fight.
So you're saying, let me just understand.
No,
so you're saying that.
Do me a favor.
Go ahead.
Don't cut me off.
Go ahead.
Just
got you.
Be patient all the way till I finish it.
I got you.
And then I promise you, I'll be all the way till you finish it. I think that he is. I'm giving him the credit that he us all the subjective things to the side. He was the WBA world champion, reigning champion, coming off of a win against a guy that may have been late, but he was a Hall of Fame southpaw. And Yordenis Ugas is just a world-class fighter, and he stopped him. He stopped him in a fight where Errol Spence was dealing with adversity from him the entire time. It was something where he literally just broke him down. He's a thinking man's fighter. Go ahead, man.
Now I'm gonna agree with that. You add a little bit more detail to it. I got to give him a little bit more credit for what he did to Manny Pacquiao. And then what I wanted to ask you was basically when you sum this all up, you're saying that Spence did even better than expected to beat him down like that because of the elite level fighter that Ugas is. Is that what you're saying? Like that was unexpected.
Well, what I'm saying is that Errol Spence is somebody that every fight is a different fight. Every style is a different style. But Errol is somebody, to me, that you can look good against. But like you said before, hurting him. I just think that it is going to be very difficult to outscore him because he's landing so many punches and he's being so aggressive that it's going to be very, very easy, very, very easy for you to fall behind on the scorecards to somebody that is hitting you 30, 35 times around, landing 30 times around. I mean, if those numbers are off a little bit, forgive me. I think it's going to be very difficult to win rounds like that. So if the fight goes the distance, and especially if Errol Spence is going to the body, which he does very consistently, and slowing people down, I think it's going to be very tough for Terence Crawford to be like, okay, I'm going to find some hole in this, because his whole game is that there's not holes, and you're going to have to deal with what's coming at you, even if it's basic. You know what I mean? It's like, if you're a baseball team and you have a home run hitter, right? And I'm not a baseball guy, but I got a home run hitter, right? But I'm playing a guy that's got, I don't know how many people in the rotation, say 10. I've got 10 guys that are going to hit singles and doubles every time they get on there. The guys that are going to hit singles, a single and a double for 9 innings, you're probably going to lose to them more than likely, because those guys are going to keep getting on base and they're just going to be boop, score, 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 score. So for Terence, who doesn't fight like that, Terence is somebody that they say, hey, he's processing the information. He's playing it. It's like playing chess versus speed chess. If you can sit back for an hour and a half and play a chess game and you're thinking, okay, what does he want to do? What he's trying to do, versus somebody like, now you got to make a move. You got 10 seconds because the next one's coming. That's what I'm saying. I think the fundamentally soundness of him limit the number of mistakes that you can capitalize on, and the volume of punches that he's throwing at you allows him to take advantage of more of the gaps that you get him, because any gap that's there, something's getting thrown at it. So that's just kind of how I think about the fight. But I do believe that if he gets caught by Terence Crawford may very well be able to knock him out. If he could hit him and lands him, the fight could be over. But if he can't land a shot, then he may be down 6 rounds, 7 rounds, just because of the volume of the punches and the fact that Errol is not, first of all, he's not coming in he's not coming in head first. He's coming in behind a jab. Like, that jab is going there. That jab is going there. So if he's landing those jabs and Terence is not landing jabs with him and he's trying to figure it out, that round's going to go to him. And if Errol figures out what Terence, and here's the thing, if Errol figures out what Terence is setting up, like, I know what you're setting up, I know what patterns you like, which that's where Derek James comes into this, because everybody has a finite number of things that they're going to do. And Terence Crawford has 36 fights, all of which Derek James and Errol Spence have studied. So they're going to know the adjustments that Terence Crawford makes, because there's only a finite number of adjustments that he can make. So I think that's how I kind of see it, and why I say the most likely outcome is an Errol Spence Jr. Decision win. And if Terence Crawford is going to win the fight, Terence Crawford is going to have to knock him down several times, or he's going to have to knock him out, which I think is going to be a tough thing for him to do, because Errol Spence is somebody that has a good chin, because I've seen him hit by Sean Porter very, very cleanly. And also, like Windy City Sassana says, now you're also talking about a southpaw and a southpaw matchup where Terence Crawford is fighting orthodox fighters and switching into the southpaw stance for defense. He can't switch into the southpaw stance on defense to be defensive. He would have to take the shut that jab down. He's got to stay in the orthodox stance, which is something he rarely fights in. But again, I think that it's a fight that Terence Crawford can win because Terence Crawford, I've never seen Terence Crawford lose. I've never seen him not be able to solve a problem. So I don't know for sure if Errol's not something he could solve. But I don't think Errol's out there trying to solve problems. I think Errol's out there trying to cause problems. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got one more thing, and I'm gonna let you go. Let your next guest come on. There was one more thing that people aren't considering, and that's that Errol, he will go through the fire to get you. He will go through the fire. He went through the fire against Ugas. He said, you know what? I'm just gonna be right here. I'm gonna keep coming forward, like you said. I'm gonna keep throwing punches. People probably didn't anticipate the amount of damage that jab was gonna do. And who was the other fight? Oh, the Kell Brook fight. Now that let me say, you know what? This dude will go through whatever he has to go through to get you. He knows he's going to absorb some shots. And like you said, his chin is rock solid. My last point is I don't see Crawford being able to hurt Spence or stop Spence or knock Spence out. I just don't see that happening. Like you said, Earl's chin is too good, and he's he's willing to go through the fire if he has to. That's all I got, brother. You take care and keep doing a great job.
Hey, man. And Trey, please come back again, man. I really do love the intelligent conversation, man. Really do. Thank you, sir.
All day. Thank you, bro. You guys take care.
Peace. Oh, yeah, and that's like, I enjoy that, man. I really do enjoy that. Hey, man, thank you to everybody that supported on the Cash App today. I don't think that I missed anybody, but I don't think that I did. But thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. It really is big. And thank you to everybody that supported. And Venmo is a huge deal for the channel. Thank you guys very much. I want to get a couple more callers in to share their opinion. If you want to share your opinion about Devin Haney, that's cool too. Fanon, that was on point, Fanon. Thanks, man. When I know my boxing fairly well. Oh, Jeff A said Haney got charged $400,000 for that push. Hey, man, he got off light, bro. Trust me, he got off light on that one. Because as hard as he hit Lomachenko, he could have hurt him. And he could have missed the entire fight. Where did they get the 200? I mean, I don't know where they got it from, but that's what they said. So, you know, it is what it is. But, man, please, I'm not trying to hear that, man. And even if it's true, even if the 250, hey, man, thank you, bro. We got a video. We got a $2 in the Venmo. Hold on a second. That man made Mac INT. No, that's my guy Ray in the building. He said, it's duck sauce for big fish. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man, for that support, man. That's big. Thank you, Ray Davis. Thank you, man. Every bit keeps the lights. Help keep the lights on. Thank you, bro. Man, the rich guy I met in Vegas, he got a private jet. He said tickets for him is easy. Some in the front row couldn't make the fight. So he sold his $30,000 ticket for $6,000. God dang, man. These guys, rich dudes. Must be nice, man. Must be nice. Must be nice to be wealthy like that. But yeah, man. Look, he got off light with that 400,000 because, hey, man, if he would have hurt him, like if Lomachenko would have been like, I hurt my shoulder. Like, you're lucky that Lomachenko he's not a liar. Because if Lomachenko would say something like this, like, yeah, man, he hurt me in the push-off. He hurt me. He hit me in the shoulder. He hurt my arm by the shove. Could you imagine what would have happened if he did that? If he said, look, man, y'all, you hurt my shoulder. You hurt my shoulder. I couldn't punch. The reason why I'm not letting go so much is because he hurt my shoulder when he punched me in the weigh-in. But what he did say was, he's like, man, it showed me he can't punch. But it is what it is. I reached out to the Masons. I'll let you know how it goes. Yeah, reach out to the Masons, man. They got a big, huge network of Masons. Huge networks. Hey, so that was foul for 9. He didn't do, man, let me tell you, man, frequent flyer, he didn't do anything like Devin did. Devin, there is no comparison to somebody doing this, to somebody loading up and hitting that man with all his, man, he hit him as hard as he could, man. That's why he got fined, man. He hit him as hard as he could. Soda Black, man, what's going on, man? I ain't seen you in a minute. What's going on, Soda Black?
Yo, peace, Fanak. You hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you, man.
All right, I got you on the Bluetooth. I'm out driving, so I'm gonna make this quick. I got two questions for you, sir, if you don't mind. First question is, do you believe that that Derek James is maybe taking on too much talent, with these big name fighters, and do you think that that'll cause any type of bad effects on his studying when it comes down to this Terence Crawford fight or with any other fight?
Okay, so my first impression is no, and I'll tell you why. Because I've been in the room with Derek James and I've watched him work, and the way that he sits down, and I'll just tell you what he did, and I could be right, I could be wrong, but I was in Errol Spence's gym and I watched him spar, and I watched Derek James. Because I got there very, very early. I was in the parking lot well before anybody else was there, just sitting in the front waiting. So Derek James got to the gym, I want to say he was there an hour before anybody else was. He got into the gym, and I waited outside, right? I don't know what he was doing then. But then when I got into the gym and I sat down in the gym and I was watching what was going on, Derek James was sitting by himself just taking notes and writing out a plan. I could tell what he was doing. He's writing out a plan of everything that he was going to do in that particular session. And he never, for the entire time that I saw him there, did he ever deviate his attention from what he was doing at that moment. There was no small talking in that camp. Like his father was there. His father was there. Errol was there. Obviously, Derek James was there. There was everything was very, very well timed. Everything was very, very well constructed, and they all are guys. They all seem to me to have that same personality where they're not chatty, but they are very, very like detail-oriented people. Is what it seemed like to me. Right? The only time that there was really any joking or any of that stuff came around was when some other people that were in the corner, right, that are support for the corner came in, and even they were just talking a little bit, but they never ever disturbed what those three, what Derek James, Errol Spence, and Errol Sr. were doing. And all of their roles were very, very well orchestrated, like very much a well-oiled machine. So I could see, based off, because a lot of the people, to be able to multitask, you have to be organized. So you don't have a lot of wasted movement, a lot of wasted conversation. You're not trying to do a lot of things duplicative, right? You have to have, and it seems to me as if Derek James puts in the work for that in particular session before he gets there. He knows exactly what he's trying to do while he's there, and that the only challenge to the effectiveness of the way he organized that session was whether or not the fighters themselves were going to be on time. So if the session was to begin at 9 a.m., but Errol doesn't show up to 10:30, I think that there is what may cause Derek James difficulty as far as planning out his day because of the variables going on with the other people. But from what I saw and the way that I see Derek James, the way that he speaks, the way that he behaves, as somebody that I would say is a introverted person and a detail-oriented person that is not prone to waste time or prone to waste effort, which is even how you see he trained Errol Spence not to waste motion, not to waste time. So if he can get the fighters that he's working with to be organized in that same fashion and be efficient in that same fashion, I could see him fighting. I could see him getting in to a training session and having a 2-hour training session with this guy, while this guy in the last half hour is doing his jump rope over there, but he's already got the game plan set for what he's doing for that guy when he gets done with this guy. And so to me, it's all around how organized and prepared Derrick James is, and how organized and efficient the fighter is as far as their time goes. So I don't think it's just all on Derrick James and whether Derrick James will be able to organize 5 or 6 people. I think it is also a matter of whether or not the people that go there are organized. So Derrick James is going to have a more difficult time if Ryan Garcia is the type of guy that wants to show up 2 hours late. If Ryan Garcia is the type of guy that comes and he forgets, oh, I forgot my bag, I got to wait for my guy to come back from the hotel and bring my bag. Or, you know, Derrick has scheduled it out for the day, and then Anthony Joshua says, I don't feel like coming today. Let's do it at 8 o'clock tonight. Let's not do it at 5 o'clock. So I think that the same project management principles that apply to anybody in their efforts where they are trying to manage anything that involves multiple people. I think that to the extent that you can plan, organize, and your team is willing to operate under those the same conditions that you are, that where you can be successful in that regard. Hope that it was an intelligent answer for you.
No, that's spot on, man. Spot on. It gave me a lot of insight. And by the way, man, I've been here this whole time, man. I just, don't be catching your lives, man. But I watch your show every day, and I learn a lot, man. Second question.
Yeah.
And this is more of a, this is more of a personal, not personal, but this is more of your opinion.
Okay.
So long story short, I want to know. I mean, earlier, yesterday, I believe I watched the show, and you stated Terence Crawford was number 1, right? Because as far as pound for pound on your list, right? Because he's now taking the fight, right?
I mean, I said it because, well, understand, this is another thing where I say people have to understand and listen to the context where people speak, right? So what I said, all right, man, I'll put you as number 1. And I did that pretty much because I knew there are people out there that are going to call that say, well, what about now? He took the fight. So I was really answering the question ahead of time. If I tell you who I think that the top fighter in boxing is, the number 1, most well-rounded fighter in boxing is, for me, it's going to be either Gervonta Davis or Errol Spence Jr. for the person that I think is the most well-rounded at this point in time. If I look at all these scoring criteria of boxing, defense, effective aggression, ring generalship, and defense, ring generalship, clean and effective punching, and effective aggression, I think that the best well-rounded people in those 4 scoring criteria for me right now are Errol Spence Jr. based off what I saw in his performance with Yordenis Ugas, and Gervonta Davis and what I've seen for the last several of his fights. Those guys both have everything. Even though I think maybe Gervonta Davis he's a little bit more willing to fight on the back foot more and bait people in, and that's more of like a ring generalship thing. But anyway, yeah. But let me put it this way: I don't take anything away from Terence Crawford as far as the respect that I've had for him as a fighter, because like when I look at him and I see him fight, I know that this guy is much better than the guy in the ring that he's in the ring with, and he definitely looks like a real threat when he's in that ring. Like, that's a talented guy. That's a real fighter right there. Even like with Devin Haney in that last fight that I saw with Devin Haney, I got a sense of the substance within Devin Haney in that fight. Devin, to me, proved that there's real substance to him, right? Like, he is not somebody. He's not a feather in the wind. He is somebody he's got some base to him, right?
Right.
Yeah. Hey, I got one more dude, man. But yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah. No. That's for sure. I mean, so long story short, I just wanted to. So basically, I was asking that because I was going to ask you, why is Tank not your number 1? But you just solidified it and told me. Because I mean, I look at it like he's the smallest. Everyone's bigger than him. He jumped from 3. I mean, he did 3 weight classes. How is that not pound for pound? I mean, but like you said, you got him number 1. I just heard that.
Well, no, I'll tell you what moved him up for me.
Yes, sir.
I think that's a fair question. I'll tell you what moved him up to me.
Yep.
The last fight that he had, okay. Because he told me exactly what he was going to do to the person in the ring with him. And when you can tell somebody exactly what he's going to do, I think that you really know that you are able to do what you say you're going to do. Right? And so I'm telling you, when he said, man, I'm going to knock this guy around the 7th round, and he goes out there and he does it exactly like he said he would do it.
Yeah.
That tells me not only was he a better fighter than Ryan, he was able to do what he wanted to do to Ryan. So I would have to think if he wanted to do something else to Ryan, and he said, I'm not going to knock him out in 7, I'm just going to outbox him and let it go 12.
Yeah.
That he may have been able to do that too. I think, and then the other thing is that he does it on the biggest stage that there is. He does it with everything there. So, and then when you take, like, for example, the Isaac Cruz fight, which I think is a very underrated win for him. He showed that he can do something if you hurt his hand, or he has a guy that has a style where it's like, okay, well, how do I beat him? So with Isaac Cruz, how do you beat Isaac Cruz? Well, I'm just gonna outbox him. I'm just gonna land clean shots, get out of the way when he throws his. We're gonna move to the left. I'm gonna move to the right, and he's gonna be swinging for the wind all day. I'm gonna take away his strength, which was him trying to get on the inside of me and mix it up with me. And so he was able to do that with him. I've seen Gervonta Davis knock out people early. I've seen him knock them out late. I've seen him going from periods of walking people down to making people come to him. I've seen him say that he's going to do something specific, and then he does it. And then the other things that he does is, I think that Gervonta Davis is one of the most intelligent people in boxing. I mean, when I say he's intelligent, I mean I'm listening to what he's saying. And when he said, no, Rolly Romero's not an awkward fighter, Rolly Romero's a dumb fighter. And he wound up doing that exactly what he said to he wound up making that dumb fighter walk right into a dumb punch and basically knock himself out. So if you can set somebody up ahead of time and pretty much say, man, you're gonna knock, he could have told Rolly, look, man, you're gonna knock yourself out. I'm gonna make you knock yourself out. Rolly wouldn't even know what he meant.
Right.
And then when he said, look, man, I think he's like, man, what you gonna do? When he's talking to, he said, what are you gonna do to Ryan Garcia? What are you gonna do? Yeah, you got that hook. What you gonna do? Because that's not gonna work. That's all you got.
Yep.
And he's telling you, look, dude, and it's gonna happen. All of that, man. He's not. It's like people credit Terence Crawford, and this is no reason not to, for figuring it out when he's in the ring. Give Gervonta Davis some credit for figuring it out before he gets in there.
Yeah.
Like, think about it. When people say Terence Crawford figured it out, he's somebody that he gets in there and he'll figure you out when you're in the ring. Gervonta Davis is somebody that has figured you out before you sign the contract. So, and I'm telling you, I know that from my own personal experience. I can beat you people in arguments before you start talking. I already know what you're going to do. I already know what you're going to say. So I'm just waiting. People say I'm looking at you like this. You're going to do it. When's it going to come? You're going to do it pretty soon. When's it going to come? And I'll sit there and patiently wait for you to do it. And then as soon as you do it, I'll sit here and be like, I got you.
Right. Nah,
I'm not waiting. It's not like I'm listening to you trying to figure it out. If what they say about Terence Crawford is true, that he's there figuring it out,
right?
How come they didn't figure it out before he got there? There's only so many moves you can do in a boxing ring. There's only so many. There's only so many choices you have. There's only so many things you can do. That's when people get on that trainer. Like, for example, they got on Buddy McGirt for saying this. He's like, look, I train for everything. We train for everything. But everything is finite. Everything is finite. And by finite, I mean it's limited.
Yeah, it is.
Right? So you're either going to do this. What if he does this? What are you going to do? Yeah. What if he does that? What you're going to do? If he's capable, I'm okay. Like, for example, what if Devin Haney tries to walk you down? Oh, this is easy. I know what I'm going to do when he tries to walk me down. If he tries to go off the back foot, you're going to do, I'm going to do this when he does that. You should know, if you're fully prepared, you should know based off what you know is possible, period. All of this is logic. Logic. And it applies to everything. There's a finite number of choices someone has. It's not endless. So if you know what they can, what their possibilities are, then you force them to their worst choice. You force them to their worst choice. So
take away their best option. Yep.
Yeah, so if you're sitting in there with somebody that can figure that out, and you know somebody is saying, I'm not going to give you, there's a finite number of things you're going to do to Errol Spence. It's finite. There's only a certain amount of responses you can have to a southpaw that fights that way. And that's why Floyd Mayweather Jr. said to Devin Haney, at a certain point in time, there's people you're going to have to fight.
Yeah, you're going to sit there with them.
Because those other options are not there. You're not going to beat that guy by doing that. Those are not viable options. At a certain point with certain people, the only viable option you have is to sit there and fight that guy. And if Errol can take away all of the options, Errol can take away all of the options other than Terence Crawford throwing hands with him, I believe Errol Spence Jr. will take that. If it means we got to fight like Sean Porter, I'll take it, because I don't think Terence Crawford can go 12 rounds of that. Right. You know? Yeah. So anyway, I got Joe A right behind you. Is there anything else? I'm sorry if I talk too much.
No, you are good, man. I just wanted to, based off the IQ that you just, explained about Tank, man. Tank is for sure, man, very intelligent, groomed by Mayweather, groomed by Calvin Ford. Shout out to the Rise podcast and the whole Tank Davis team, man. You guys are amazing for, what you guys came up with and what you guys are over there brewing. Shout out to John Boy, T. Orlando, everybody for now. Appreciate you, man.
Well, before you go, because you said that, I want to say this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That is what I just did that's intelligence, period.
Right. Yeah.
That's intelligence, period.
Being able
it doesn't matter if you're in boxing. It doesn't matter if you're in business. That is intelligence, period. There is a finite number of things that can occur. And what are your options for these finite number of things that can take place? And are you prepared, and do you have it already ingrained in your system where you can do it without thinking? That's the importance of fundamentals, because by limiting your motion, your movement, making it as economical as possible, no matter what you do, when you stay tight, when you like Isaiah Thomas would say, like Isaiah, you know why Isaiah Thomas, like the original Isaiah Thomas, he explained why he dribbles between the knee, why he doesn't do crossovers in front of him. He does it between the legs, because he thinks there's a finite number of things that you can do to get this ball. If I go between my knee, if I cross over in front of you, you can stick your hand out there. But if I go between my legs, you got to put your hand through my leg to get to that ball. And that means you got to get close. And if you do, I'm going to run my head right into your head. That's an issue of fundamental. They'll teach you to shoot in the box. Why should your elbow here? Because this is more consistent. Because that's how your body works. Why don't you want to throw punches like this? Why do you want to throw punches like this? Right? See, those things are all taking options away from people. And the fundamentals in themselves is a form of bodily intelligence. But then you have where your body is doing the correct things accurately every time without any cognitive thought. So there's the physical intelligence that if you're going in there trying to problem solve, in the fight you're problem solving, there's always the risk that you don't solve that problem. If you are going in there and you're causing problems, there's always the risk. There's a risk that some of your problems, they won't cause problems, but you're trying to cause the problems. But anyway, that's what I think intelligence is, period. I don't necessarily think that intelligence and wise decision-making is any different in boxing than it is in getting a job, than it is in having a YouTube channel, than being a preacher. All of those things are going to be fundamental to where you're taking what you have, applying them in a manner that gets what you need, minimizing your risks, maximizing your potential. All of those things are the same. All of those things are the same. from my vantage point and the way that I think of life. But all right, bro, I'll get back with you, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because I like that question, Soda Black. I really did. Thank you,
Oh
man.
yeah, you know, I always come when I come, man. I come for the knowledge, man. So I appreciate
Yeah,
you,
you
man.
do. Hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
man. I'll
Check
get
your
back.
cash out too, sir. Check your cash out, sir.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And
Yes,
again,
sir.
my guy said, Ugas Elite and Spencer, I got 10th round KO for the $15 holler, brother. Thank you so much for that for the support in the Cash App. It means a ton to the channel, so thank you. And my guy again, Soda in the building, said, Soda Black OG, thank you, brother. Thank you for that support, young man. Thank you for supporting an old ass man that was falling asleep during the fight. Thank you so much. And my guy, Mr. John Bowie, said, do you think Devin needs a new trainer? I don't know, man. I don't want to say he needs a new trainer. He won the fight. I will tell you this, that other trainers think that he needs a new trainer. If I told you what somebody said to me, and I ain't said it because I'm not going to say it, dude, these schools are licking their chops, bro. I'm telling you. Did you see how, I'll let Joe Ace so he ain't got to sit too long. But look, man, if you did not see how, like, what gets lost in that conversation that took with Kenny Ellis and Calvin Ford, like in the words that they said, was the expressions on their face. When they're saying, we need to do this right now, dog, that's because I'm telling you, they already broke him down. Like, people are saying, like, I'm telling you, they have already broken Devin Haney down. Gervonta Davis already has a game plan in his mind for Devin Haney. And all that fight did for them was verify that their game plan is correct. So
fact.
Y'all may want to tell that man to get his money on that rematch with Lomachenko. Go ahead. What's up, brother? Oh, Tierlander said managing people is the toughest. Absolutely, because it's more than one person, and you can't control them. Go ahead, brother. What do you want to say, man?
What's
Good
up?
to see your
What's
face,
up?
man.
How's it going, man? I said, you know what? I'm going to put my face, or I'm going to say in Cockney rhyming slang, my boat race. We say boat race instead of face where I'm from.
Okay.
But yeah, before I get into it, I want to say it again. Thank you for your consistency, Fanon. Like, I really do appreciate you. And you've noticed me going onto your channel a lot more and, you know, speaking a lot more. And the reason is because I'm an introvert wearing an extrovert jacket. So this is almost like practice for me, because the man I want to be is not going to help me. I mean, the man I currently am isn't going to help me get to where I want to be. So I need to do some things a bit different. So
absolutely.
So yeah, remember I told you about if you're in a room, right, against me, I will breathe in everybody's air, right, and you're done.
What are you talking about with the nose, man? Your nose.
Yeah. Remember we were talking the other day.
Nah, bro, your nose ain't that, man. You don't got big nostrils. There's some dudes with some nostrils, dogs, where you can see their throat. You know what I mean?
Like Chris Eubank, senior, he's like that.
Yeah.
But I wanted to so first of all, like the Noops and the organization that you represent, I went to a few of their luau's when I first got here, 2016. They were wild, man. A really, really great bunch of people, and I stay in contact with you guys. So yeah, like I really do. If I was younger and I was in university, I would definitely try and become. Have you
graduated from university?
Yeah.
Oh, then just go grad. All you got to do is call up the chapter.
I'm actually part of something else.
What?
So I'm a Freemason. So that runs in my.
There's a lot of noobs that are Masons.
Oh, okay, cool.
It doesn't matter. No, there's a lot.
I definitely do like the camaraderie, for sure. Yeah. And you know, it's black people, you know, sticking together. I think that's so important. And then I also wanted to mention about Devin's new trainer. I said that straight away. He needs to add. He needs to add to the back. But I don't want to spend too much time on that. I did want to give you some insights to my findings. I spoke to 8 people who are my friends within my network about the results of the Haney Loma fight. I don't want to spend too much time, but 7 out of 8 of them said 7-5 Haney. But one of them, who's an Indian brother, he gave it 9-3 Lomachenko. And I was just trying to, you know, pick his brain. And the way he said it was simple. He said that headshots are easier to score, so it should be 9-3. That was his insight. And I want to do something a little bit different. So, because of Errol Spence and Terence Crawford, it seems that it's lurking. It's about to happen, or we're waiting for confirmation. I've got my fingers running, and I'm messing around with this AI app that I'm putting into a website. And I said, who would win on this AI app, right, between Errol Spence and Terence Crawford? And it just laid down all of their weaknesses. So I want to ask you, how accurate do you think this AI app is, right? So one of the weaknesses, I want to read it here very quickly. One of the weaknesses that it says is that Crawford has a vulnerability to counter punches. I found that one quite bizarre. What do you think? Because I mean, Staniosis caught him.
Yeah, he doesn't actually. Yeah, I think that's probably true, and that could explain why he doesn't take the lead. He actually counter punches. He doesn't take the lead a lot. So the idea that he is waiting to counter punch somebody else, yeah, he would have a problem because that's what he wants to do. So if he takes the lead, then yeah, man, because he's putting himself out of position, he very well could, if he's taking the lead, have a problem with a counter punch. Yeah, I could see that. I'd be interested to see how they got that, but yeah, when he's taking the lead, I've seen him get counter punched.
Mm-hmm. And one of the positives that it says here is that Terence Crawford's mental toughness. Crawford has displayed mental toughness throughout his career. He has shown the ability to remain composed and focused under pressure, overcoming adversity in challenging fights and coming out victorious. And when I think about the mental, you have to be mentally tough to get in the ring, period, right? But I haven't seen him. Okay, he got knocked down by Staniosis and he came back and won. But I haven't seen any other fight where I said, nah, he's shown some deep grit here. Have you seen any fight? Maybe the Gamboa fight, maybe? I can't recollect any fight where...
Well, I would say this. I would say that anytime, I would say that is true to a certain extent, because anytime you press him, he presses back. Anytime you go at him, like, for example, with Aegis Kalvanakis. When Aegis Kalvanakis hit him, and a lot of people say he dropped him, he immediately went right back at him. Same thing was where he got caught in those exchanges. And again, the counter punch from Yuriorkis Gamboa was the one that wobbled him against Yuriorkis Gamboa. But once he got hurt, he stopped and he came forward. But I'm going to tell you right now where I know where that AI is getting that from. It's looking at the comments that have been made about him.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting it
for sure.
Yeah, it's looking at what that AI, what that system is doing is it is aggregating comments that have been made about him and punch stats and all of that. And I think those are things that I've heard before in those particular situations. But yeah, whenever Terence Crawford whenever you hit him, his first reaction is to go right back at you, which is that's something that is similar. I wouldn't be surprised if they said the same thing about Tyson Fury. That whenever Tyson Fury is hurt, or when Tyson Fury, somebody gets aggressive or gets the better of him, his reaction is to come forward and attack you. It is not to back up and wait around to see if his head's going to clear or whatever. Yeah. He will immediately get back at you. And yeah, I do think that that is true of Terence Crawford. From what I've seen.
And then we got two more, right? So weaknesses of Errol Spence, right? Lack of head movement. And I think that's fair. and vulnerability to body shots. When Ugas started landing some good body shots and straightening him up, And I think that maybe and I'm a Spence guy. I think Spence is going to beat Bud, but I do think that if Bud comes in and he starts landing some body blows and keeps Errol Spence honest, that could change the fight. I don't really see anybody. I've seen so many of Errol Spence's fight. I haven't seen anybody other than Ugas aim for the body purposefully to slow him down. And it slowed him down a little bit. But can Bud do enough to slow him down a lot more? Lack of head movement and vulnerability to body shots. What's your thoughts on that?
I think the lack of head movement is greatly exaggerated because moving your head is not the only way to defend punches. He is somebody that is going to, because he's putting himself in position and he's coming with a high guard. He's not slipping shots a lot. He will slip shots, but what he's doing is he's parrying and blocking the shot so that he can be in position to punch once he hits it, he's there to punch. He's always in position to punch. Also, yeah, I do think he's vulnerable to body shots because he's there in your chest to be hit with body shots. He's right there. So if he's there and he's up in here like this and somebody's on the inside, that's where you land most of your body shots. So I don't know if necessarily it's a weakness, as if it is an opportunity for somebody to score because you're like, for example, Sean Porter hit him with body shots. Ugas hit him with body shots. But I think that may be a calculated risk for him, where that's but you can't do. But I think it is a weakness? I don't know, because I've also seen him adjust to when he gets hit with body shots to defending body shots like this.
And his defense, he changes, isn't it? He changes his defense.
He changes his guards a lot.
Yeah.
People say like he only fights like that's not true. He'll fight like this. He'll fight like this. He also will get off to the side. Like he will literally move himself off to the side. But if that's what they say, I mean, I don't think that is. I wouldn't off the top of my head say that's a risk. But I maybe I don't want to look at it. I was like, it's kind of hard for me to think about it. But in this way, like if Bud's risk is counterpunching, going to the body may not be the smartest thing, because you can counter somebody you can counter a body shot up top. Like when you throw a body shot, any way you throw a body shot, your hand is down. So
depending on what he's doing,
you can get countered off of that. But I mean, I can understand how they developed the system and like where they would get their data from. And so I think it's an accurate reflection of the information that is out there about the fight. So whatever that is, whatever data sets that they're using and uploading into that algorithm and developing whatever tool it is that they use to actually, create the words, whatever that portion of that program is, I think that it clearly has access to the accurate, data sources, right? Wherever they're getting it from. They're probably going to get punch stats. They're going to get punch stats from CompuBox or whatever, and then they're going to get the comments from the commentary. And I mean, I don't know. Artificial intelligence is like never. I mean, it keeps getting better and better and better. Like YouTube can read like at the 6th grade level. So if that's what it's doing, I think it got some good data sets and all that stuff providing the information.
It's really advancing, to be honest with you, Fanon. And then I just got 2 other things here because I write down what I'm going to ask you, right? So
no worries, bro.
The other one is, why did you have to say that if AJ don't turn up for training against Derek James, then he could swap him out for somebody else? Why did you have to use AJ? Why couldn't you said Ryan Garcia?
I did say Ryan Garcia.
I'm just playing. I'm playing.
Well, let me tell you why. I'm going to tell you why I didn't say that. This is why I didn't say it, to be very, very honest with you.
Go on.
The reason why I said AJ is I didn't want to see Errol Spence, because the day that I came in for the sparring, Errol Spence came in like an hour and a half later than what they said he would be there. So
you've been there? You've been to the gym?
Yeah, I've been to the gym. Yeah, they let me in the gym one time, and it was a really nice experience. But I was there, and I was told what time everything would start. And Errol showed up a lot later than the time frame when they did it. But Errol's the boss; he was the only one training. It was not a big deal. But if you have an interaction where you now have Errol and AJ and Ryan and like say Tank walks into a press conference when he feels like it. Like I'll be there when I feel. Y'all will wait for me. Y'all ain't going nowhere. You know what I mean? So and Errol's paying the bills. So that's Errol's right. But AJ in his session, AJ's paying the bills for his session. And Ryan Garcia is paying the bills for his session. And Jermell Charlo is doing it then. And if these guys are not, and now you got guys that are not necessarily on the same promotional schedule, because now he has guys that are both in Matchroom and guys that are both in the PBC. So they can have they know just innately that Jermell and Errol are not going to be on the same fight schedule because they have the same advisor, they have the same team.
Right.
Well, now you have somebody that's represented by Golden Boy and somebody that's represented by Matchroom. from a business organizational standpoint, that's what my guy T. Orlando Pearson is saying. Managing people is the most difficult thing. Derek James has to contend with that. And he has to contend with that from the perspective of being an employee of the people that want to set their schedule. So to what degree is AJ going to respect the schedule of Errol? And what degree is Jermel going to respect the schedule of Ryan and vice versa, and Ryan and Errol? And you see how that goes? See how that goes? So like it is. So that's when T. Orlando Pearson said managing people is the toughest thing. And I think the way that I've seen Derek James act, the way that and I'm telling you, not the way just how he speaks, but the way that I saw how he works. Because that, I mean, like in my life, in my former profession, it was always like you need detail-oriented people. You got to be able to realize the personality. You know those Myers-Briggs things?
Yeah, the 16 personalities,
introvert, extrovert, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Those are really things. Those are real. Those things are real. Like what your preferences are and how you like to work and all of that. So you have to be able to recognize what that person is, right? So if you have Errol, who's very detail-oriented, very, very punctual, but then you have Ryan that's much more, he enjoys to work much more by flat, say for like Julio Cesar Chavez Sr., Jr., who likes to train at midnight or 2 a.m, or like Floyd. Floyd likes, it would be very tough if it was Floyd. Because Floyd likes to train at 2 o'clock in the morning. He want to call you, be like, man, I'm working out now. When's training starting today? I don't know when I feel. I'm going to get done with these chicks. Whenever I get done with them, I'll call you 3 o'clock in the morning. And I need Leonard Ellerby. I need for you to be at the gym at 2 o'clock in the morning. And literally Ellerby's there, holding pads, calling the people he needs to call. That would be very difficult to do if you had three Floyd Mayweather Juniors.
Yeah, that's just too much. Yeah,
you just
way too much.
Manage them, so you'd have to, because of the personality of Floyd Mayweather Jr. Right now, somebody like I would suspect somebody like Vasily Lomachenko is probably there right when it's time,
regimented. Yeah.
Right when it's time, and he's leaving, and that thing is over right down during the time that it was scheduled to be. It's like clockwork. So you can trust, it's like, man, I know exactly when Lomachenko's going to be here. He's going to be here at 6:00. He ain't going to be here at 6:01. He ain't going to be here at 6:03. He's going to be at 6:00. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If Crawford may be like that. I'm going to be here at this time, from this time to that. I am that regimented. You know what I mean? So yeah. So that to me is like, that's the only. But the reason that I said it, but I think that has shifted from Errol, because you can have personality shifts where you say something's not working. Like Errol is like, look, man, I got to give more faith to the people that I'm working with. I've got to hire a physical conditioning person. I've got to hire a nutritionist. He may say, I also need to hire somebody to schedule my day. I need somebody to tell me, because, like my wife, it's nothing for her to pull out a planner and write down everything she's doing during the day. But for me, a planner, it's like, shit, I burn up on, I have my energy during the day just trying to write it down. But Derek James can do that. So personality, management styles, egos, all of that stuff kind of comes into play, and it's not an all. Some people are just not going to work with other people as well. But I didn't mean to single out Anthony Joshua.
I'm just playing. It's just tongue in cheek. It's tongue in cheek. We've got something going on back and forth.
Even when I'm joking, I'm serious.
So I hope that Anthony Joshua isn't going late, because he's going to need every single minute with Derek James to defeat Wilder, and I think that he will beat him. But I don't want to go down that lane. I know you're going to say no and all that stuff. We'll see. And this is the last question I wanted to. A statement first is, Bud will beat Ugas. I think the last caller mentioned that. I think Bud will beat Ugas, and the reason is because Ugas got a lot taken away from him on that night, man. I don't know how much is left in that guy. I know he's real tough, but I don't know how much is left after that beatdown. And that's why I'll give the edge to Bud if he was to fight Bud next. But after Bud gets his clock cleaned by a Spence, that will be a lot better fight. And then the final piece is, who do you think will win, right? We want to talk about Floyd Mayweather versus, during the time when he's coming through, right, versus Nassim Hamed.
You're joking, right?
I'm not joking.
You gotta be kidding.
I'm asking you, bro.
Me that question seriously?
No, just remember when he first came through. Remember, Floyd was great. He was knocking guys out. He was.
I know.
But I'm taking it back then, right?
Okay.
Who would have won, you think?
Well, let me put it this way. How old is Nassim Hamed? Give me the age.
What, back then?
No, just the age where you think that you're talking about this. You may not know his age. Okay, so
He's about I would say about 28, 31. He would have been.
Was
I
he
think.
that old?
Yeah. Let me see.
Okay.
Against Kevin Kelly, right?
I'll get to the point.
Yeah.
If he was in his prime, and Floyd Mayweather Jr. was like 14 years old, I would give the advantage to Nassim Hamed at about 14.
Damn.
If Floyd Mayweather Jr. is any age over the age of 17, he's going to beat the tar out that dude.
Nah, man. Come on.
Beating the tar out that dude.
Come on. Why do you say that? Why do you say that? You're saying Floyd Mayweather going to the Olympics
very, very
would have
clear.
beat Nassim Hamed.
Floyd Mayweather Jr. will absolutely demolish Nassim Hamed. There's no chance whatsoever of that man getting out of that fight awake. It will be one of the most ugly and nasty ass whoopings you've ever seen in your life between the two of them.
Okay, I guess we're gonna agree to disagree.
All it is with Floyd, you're going your ass to sleep. Do this with you walk in there with Floyd like, man, Floyd is faster than him. He's stronger than him.
Let
me watch. Let me finish. Floyd Mayweather
Mayweather
Jr. at 130 pounds will murder this Prince Nassim Hamed. It will not be close. It is a fight that he would never take. If Floyd Mayweather Jr. was in the same weight class as Nassim Hamed, he would have never came to the United States. His trainer wouldn't let him in that fight. His mama wouldn't let him in that fight. That fight ain't nowhere near, no way close, no way how can he beat that guy right there. No way. He will. If you think, let me put it this way, Marco Antonio Barrera can do him like that.
Right.
Floyd Mayweather Jr. will do Marco Antonio Barrera 10 times worse than Marco Antonio Barrera did with Prince Nassim Hamed. He literally will beat that dude so bad, he'll quit. I mean, I just can't. It is nowhere near a fair fight. It's not even a fair fight. You might as well be asking me. You might as well ask me, who do you think will win? Josh Taylor or David Benavidez?
No, man, come on, that's extreme, bro.
It's that extreme.
Nah, man, that's extreme. No. Come on.
That extreme.
Look. We know that. Floyd said. Floyd said it.
Let me put it this way: if he fought Prince Nassim Hamed, Floyd Mayweather,
yeah,
I would put $1,000 on that fight and go to sleep.
And what? You cut out the last part.
I ended it right there. I would put $1,000 down on that fight and I would go to sleep.
Listen.
I wouldn't even watch the fight. I would go and spend on my credit card the money that I would be getting from it, because you know how much money I would be making off that $1,000? About 100,000. I would take that 1,000 because the odds on that fight are going to be so damn lopsided for anybody that knows how to do fighting.
But you've seen when he fought, what's his name, Augusta, the drunken master guy, Floyd Mayweather. He said that was his hardest fight, right?
Yes.
He said that.
And thank you. And that's the Drunken Master. That's not Prince Nasima, man.
It's not. It's not. However, there is some similar attributes that they have. You know, I'm not gonna go back and forth. I asked you the question. This is your stance.
Like
we can
said,
agree.
Man, I will put that money.
I think it'll be a great competitive fight. I don't know who would win. I think it'll be a competitive fight for sure, though.
Hey, man, Emmanuel Augustus is a very hard fight that Floyd Mayweather Jr. ended with a stoppage. Yes, he was very awkward. Yes, he was very difficult. He's half crazy, all of that. But that fight did not go the distance, and it was a tough fight. It was not a fight that Floyd Mayweather Jr. came close to losing. It was just, what is this dude doing? Prince Nassim Ahmed, I'm trying to tell you, with getting cute is going to get hurt. Floyd Mayweather Jr.
He had power in his hands, man. Like, no one, this is what I'm saying. Like, did you watch his fights? Did you may have watched. You did?
Yes, and
the guy had a lot of power in his hands, man.
Yes, and he also gets decked very often. So when I saw
he didn't get decked very often. He didn't.
Kevin Kelly decked him. I saw him fight Kevin Kelly.
Yeah, he got knocked down against Kevin Kelly. Yeah.
I saw him against Kevin Kelly. If he fights somebody that he has better athleticism than, that is not fundamentally sound, then no doubt about it, hey man, he can make it look fun, how entertaining. But Floyd Mayweather Jr. is not going to make that fun. He is going to punish that dude. And by the time you get to the 5th or 6th round, that man is going to be getting beat up, and he's going to get beat up very savagely. And then those guys are going to grab that towel, and if he ain't already hit the deck, they're going to throw it in, because he's going to be bow, bow,
okay.
bow,
Fair. We can agree to disagree.
Bow.
We can agree to disagree, but there's a premise behind what I'm asking you, right?
Yes.
There's a few shows ago, you had mentioned that when the UK fighters go and fight the Mexicans, they're gonna get their head bust, right?
Yeah.
And Nassim Hamed made a living beating up those Hispanic fighters.
Really?
He made he beat so many of them.
Really?
I'll say about 50 to 60% of his fights were beating up Hispanic fighters.
How many losses does he get?
He's only got one loss.
Who did he lose to?
He lost to. Okay, fair enough. But that's only one guy, though. That's only one guy, though. Marco Antonelli.
That boy.
But that's one guy, though. And remember, that was one fight before he retired. One fight before he retired.
Now, bro, them Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. will murk any UK fighter his weight class that ever.
But come on, he would murk most boxers alive, though. Let's be honest.
He ain't murking Pernell Whitaker, okay? He ain't murking Floyd Mayweather. He ain't murking.
Wait, hold on. Who did Chavez? He won against. Was it Trinidad? No, it was Whitaker.
He beat Meldrick Taylor.
Wait a second. He fight?
Oh, he got a
Who
draw.
fought?
I do believe
Yeah, that's what it was. But that was a fraud. That fight was a fraudulent fight.
Yeah. Got a draw.
Yeah. Now that's a robbery.
I got to go pretty quick, but look, man.
Yeah, do your thing, man. I'm out. Peace, man.
Real quick. My thing on UK fighters, I'm going to end the show on this, is this. With black American fighters that fight in a kind of a slick style, if they run into a solid Mexican fighter and they're slick like, say, what's that dude, Montana Love? If he's slick like Montana Love, he's going to get beat.
Right.
Okay? That dude's going to beat him. But if he's slick like Floyd Mayweather, Floyd's going to whoop him. The problem with UK fighters is they fight, generally speaking, like poor man's black fighters in America. They fight like the poor man version of it. They're like a mixture of the poor man black fighter and the poor man's Eastern European fighter. They're like a poor man version of both. So you wind up like where the Eastern European fighters, hey, dude, them dudes are tough. Y'all ain't tough like your UK fighters ain't tough like them. You ain't got no UK Baturbieves. You ain't got no YouTube. You don't have any UK, You don't have any UK versions of Vasily Zhurov.
We've got less fighters. We've got less fighters, but we do have solid guys.
You got more fighters than the Ukraine.
Oh, come on, man. But that's all they do. That's all they do in the Ukraine.
Excuses are tools of incompetence used to build monuments of nothing.
This guy. I gotta go, brother. It's been fun. Hey, peace, man. Love, man.
All right, much love. I'll at you, brother. All right, man. I got to get out of here, man. Thank you to everybody that supported today. Sorry that we had to do the manual. We had to do a little bit of the UK talk at the end of the show. But with that, I'm out. Deuces.